Thank you, everybody, for joining us for today's virtual Raleigh City Council meeting. We have lots of exciting things on our agenda today. Before we begin, I would just like to ask the city attorney to address some issues regarding public comment and some of the legal complications, ensuring that we comply with the law. Robin, could you take it from here?
Yes, Mayor. It's become apparent in the last couple of days that at least one person has signed up at public comment and numerous others have submitted comments for the public comment period that relate to a rezoning case, Z4119, that is already set to have a public hearing at the next council meeting on June the 2nd. The actual public hearing notice has been published and mailed to a number of property owners, setting the time to hear comments for that particular hearing at the next meeting. Our concern is if we have a lot of comments about a rezoning case set for hearing at a different date, that it could be construed as actually having a public hearing on a date different than we have noticed it. For that reason, we believe that comments related to Z4119 should be deferred and heard at the time of the public hearing, which is June 2nd. The other issue with that is our UDO says that proponents and opponents each get 8 minutes per side, and that council can increase that time. But if they increase the time, you have to do that where each side is given the same amount of time. So if a substantial time is spent on that, on the merits of that hearing at a different time, it would be difficult to sort of flesh out the time limits and make sure everybody at the same time, even if we didn't have the public notice issues. So we would recommend that the people who want to speak about the merits of that zoning case do so at the next, sign up at the next hearing or have their comments submitted then. I do want to make clear that that doesn't stop anyone from emailing the council, writing letters to the council, calling the council, having meetings with the council, anything at all relating to that zoning case. It only has to do with the rules relating to a public hearing, which has been set already, and we don't want to confuse the matter that we have held it twice. So that is all I have on that. If anybody has any questions, I'm glad to answer.
Councilor Cox.
Yeah, I just want to go on the record and say that I don't think there's any risk of confusing a public comment during our public comment period, which is really a citizen's petition, which is someone exercising their right to petition the government, to be able to come forward and state their opinion on any matter, whether it's rezoning or not. I don't see the reason why zoning cases or development is singled out as a special exception to the ability of people to come before council and speak on a topic. So I don't have a motion, but I register for the record my opinion that people should be able to come as part of their citizens petition and be able to speak on a topic of any choice that they choose.
Okay, thank you. Council members, I probably don't need to remind you of this, but rules for today. Raise your hand if you'd like to speak or wave to each other, since we can't see each other in person. Make sure that you're clear. Raise your hand when we're voting, yea or nay. I will call this for the clerk. And let's get the show on the road. We got a lot to do today. So our very first item is the Employee Big Idea Award. I'm going to hand this off to our city manager. And I'm glad this is back on the agenda again.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As you may recall, the Employee Big Idea Award is something that was initiated by this council early in our tenure, and we did go a couple of meetings without doing it, but we're bringing it back. So for the benefit of the public, This is a program that identifies innovation and creativity with our employees that come up with ways of making the city better or run more efficiently, and gives it an opportunity to recognize those employees. So today, it is my privilege and honor to recognize 3 employees who came up with a pretty creative idea, and it is actually related to the COVID-19 crisis. So we've asked our organization to think very differently about service delivery. And these 3 folks, Leon Skinner, our Chief Building Inspector, Seth Langdon, Assistant Chief Inspector, and Levin Jones, Building Inspector, came up with an idea of virtual inspections. So anytime you're building a project, you're building something, a new building, or you're adding on to your house, you have to get a building permit and you have to get it inspected to make sure that the building it meets state building code as well as safety. So for let's just say non-life safety related functions, this group came up with an idea to allow virtual inspections for both residential and commercial properties. You know, as long as that inspection is not complicated and it doesn't involve health and safety issues, they could submit those virtual inspections and get it signed off in the office. Therefore, we don't have to put in potential risk of contact between our inspectors and the homeowners. And actually, it works a lot more efficiently for those more routine and smaller items. So these 3 employees have done a great job of coming up with some creativity. And this is an example of something that will probably move forward as a new practice even after the crisis leaves us. So with that, I just wanted to say congratulations to Leon and Levin and Seth for your creativity and innovation. And congratulations for getting the Employee Big Idea Award for this month. I'm sorry, I can't shake your hands. You know, they're there, you know, they care.
That's awesome. And great work on their behalf in the middle of COVID, coming up with ways that we can keep moving the city forward. So great job, guys. Congratulations. Great choice. So thank you on that. Our next item is the consent agenda. I did not receive notification that anything was pulled. Can I have a motion to approve, please?
Move for approval.
Councilor Branch?
Move
Second?
for approval.
Nicole Stewart seconded. You have that, clerk? Okay. All in favor? Okay, thank you very much. Let's see. Our next item is the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission. And we will have Ken Bowers come up and talk to us about this.
Planning Commission report as soon as it comes up. Sorry for the delay here, folks. So just starting from here, did want to start with a list of things that have already been confirmed for the June 2nd, 2020 public hearing. As you can see, it's a quite extensive list. 5 zoning cases, comp plan amendments, street name change, not to mention the budget and consolidated annual plan. So we have 2 items today. We'll be recommending one of them for June 2nd and one of them for July 7th. So let's skip forward to, thank you. So we have 1 zoning case, Z620. This is a site located at 2600 and 2604 South Saunders Street in District D. It is a case that will rezone a property for a Speedway gas station, reviewed by the Planning Commission. Unanimous recommendation for approval. We're recommending the June 2nd public hearing date. And then the second item, TC 1719 design alternates. This is a text change that had been pending in Planning Commission. They were finally able at their last meeting to deliberate on it and have recommended for approval. And we're recommending a July 7th public hearing date to avoid putting another item on to the June 2nd public hearing. And that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion to approve the second item for public hearing on July 7th? Counselor Stewart, seconded by Counselor Knight. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, unanimous. Do we have a motion to approve for public hearing on June 2nd, rezoning Z6 20? Counselor Melton, do we have a second? Counselor Buffkin? All in favor? Opposed? Okay, that's unanimous, Clerk.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ken. I hope you're doing well. The next item is special items. So the first item I think a lot of us are pretty excited about, and that is shared streets for social distancing accommodations. So Michael Moore, get ready, Michael.
Good afternoon. Again, I'm Michael Moore. I'm Director of Transportation here in Raleigh. I'm going to be assisted this afternoon on a couple items when we get over to the pieces about outdoor dining by Derek Reamer with Emergency Management and Travis Crane with with Planning and Development. They have a little bit more background and depth of knowledge on some of those issues, and I'm going to rely on them for that expertise when we get to that part. I also want to thank, before we start, we had a large number of folks in the city here who helped us just kind of walk through a number of these items. Folks from Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources, Economic Development and Innovation, Planning and Development, the City Attorney's Office, again, Emergency Management, and then some folks that we rely on outside, some of our advocacy organizations like Oaks and Spokes and the bicycling community, and our colleagues at DRA. So we've relied on them quite extensively for their insights on some of these items, and just want to say thank you to them publicly for their help on this. So next slide, please. The presentation I'm going to share today is bifurcated into sort of two parts, but they're actually kind of two sides, two flavors of the same ice cream, if you will, in a way, and that's sort of how we use shared streets for various purposes. So we're going to talk first about how we use shared streets for recreation, and then how we use those shared streets and spaces, sidewalks, for outdoor dining. So next slide, please. And again, this again is just to recast this a little bit, is how do we repurpose our street space or parking spaces to assist with these social distancing issues that we're seeing in recreational situations, and how do we also do that to help our businesses with their economic recovery. So next slide. So I think a lot of folks saw this issue about recreation kind of grow out initially with the congestion that we were seeing, particularly around some of our greenway, around Lake Lynn, around Shelley Lake, Lake Johnston, and then with the Upper Neuse Greenway. And these are mostly loop trails, with the exception of the Upper Neuse, sort of loop trails around the lakes there. We don't have a lot of options there that we could close streets parallel to that, or through streets that would be acceptable to kind of close and grow the capacity on those greenways. So there's a little bit of a limitation there that we're dealing with, and that comes in when we get to the next slide, and how we've looked at some other communities. So we did a bit of case study and benchmarking on other folks, and to that point about we don't have through streets or parallel loop streets, what we saw is a lot of communities, Oakland, Charlotte, Denver, Seattle, Cambridge, Massachusetts, all really leveraged existing closure plans that they had in place. Austin and Cambridge in particular had riverside parks that had streets on them that they already had closures they would particularly in the case of Cambridge, they would close that street every Sunday during the summer. So it was very easy for them to expand those recreational opportunities by that closure. We also saw that a lot of communities, particularly like Oakland, had just completed a bike plan, and they leveraged that asset by saying, what are, if you're familiar with the concept of bike boulevards, they're sort of low-stress, low-speed streets that are really sort of marked for folks to use, even though they don't have a lot of physical infrastructure involved with them. They had a number of streets, 74 miles of streets in their bike plan that were identified as bike boulevards. And they used this opportunity to basically go ahead and extend the implementation of that well in advance of what they would normally get to. So they leveraged that asset. Charlotte has identified a number of routes that connect a number of their parks. So again, they're leveraging those community assets. And then a lot of other things that we saw were particularly an avoidance of this idea of open streets. Now, a lot of folks may be familiar with that. They are a concept where you would close a street and it becomes more of a festival. It becomes like an opportunity for folks to get together with food trucks, other events that may be associated with bicycling and pedestrian activities. You'll see sometimes like circuses and pieces like that. They had an intentional avoidance of that just because, again, for social distancing, they didn't want to create new destinations that would attract people and start to have them at that same location. One other thing that we found was kind of interesting is there was very minimal public engagement around this. The reason that they were able to sort of act quickly is because they had a directive to go do it. So that's another thing that we saw as we were kind of doing some of these case studies. Next slide, please. So again, just to look at Oakland, they branded this opportunity as their Slow Streets program. Again, they did a soft closure, so local traffic is permitted. There's lots of signage out to help educate the public. And you can see how these are sort of distributed through the community. They had a plan to do 74 miles. They started small and have each week added more and more. They started with 4 miles and up to 20 as of May 8th. But again, use those low-stress streets, those low-stress streets, low-speed streets, and again, kind of leverage that out of their bike plan. Next slide, please. Charlotte took a slightly different tact to this. They did a shared streets, and you can see in these photographs how they kind of parallel some of their parks. And I'm sorry that the maps that you see here they don't show up quite so well. I pulled them right from their website, but you can see these streets are long linear, but they almost all of them touch a series of parks along the way. So again, a way that they leverage those assets to incorporate them and extend that kind of personal space and those opportunities for the community. Next slide. So what does that mean for Raleigh? What are some of those things that we need to be thinking about as we kind of go through this process? So first, the obvious question is, how do we select streets? Where are they located? How do we make sure that we're distributing them equitably through the community? It'd be easy to do things downtown, but that doesn't necessarily work for everybody, and we might, again, find that we're creating that destination that we're trying to avoid. Are there particular streets to avoid? Well, we all know that it would be difficult to permit an NCDOT maintained street. We would probably want to avoid transit routes, those with active construction projects. We also want to make sure that we're keeping some streets open for hospitals and a kind of emergency access for health services, make sure we're avoiding those things that are directly related to the fire departments and our police stations. How much access do we maintain for folks there? And then how long do we keep the closure up? So next slide. And then how do we maintain safety on the street? So again, how much signage do we use? How frequently do we set the closures out? How hard or soft are those closures? What kind of resources do those kind of require? And then are there kind of long-standing policies or ordinances that we would need to change in order to permit this? So next slide, please. So from that, we took the liberty of going ahead and maybe putting together kind of a possible approach that we could take here. And again, we would want to leverage those bike boulevards, what we refer to them in the bike plan, the 2016 Bike Raleigh plan, as neighborhood bikeways. Again, they're lower speed, lower stress streets that can operate as that shared space, and we can use a less intensive soft closure, which would allow us to do more than 1 or 2 of these in that sort of capacity. We took those streets and overlaid them with streets that were in the neighborhood traffic management plan, the street calming program. and those that were in the sidewalk petition plan, and put those policies all and priorities all together and look for some convergences out of that. We also looked for corridors that were going to be greater than a half a mile. So, quite frankly, so they had some utility and some use to them. A quarter-mile closure doesn't really, not much of a loop and not a whole lot of exercise. From that group, we could then start to look at corridors that connected to greenways or parks or maybe even commercial areas that would kind of help with that. And then, again, drop out those streets that are transit-rich, those that have NCDOT maintenance on them, and then maybe from that, identify 2 or 3 geographically diverse corridors so we're not having folks drive. These are kind of more embedded in the community. And then we could look for those based on their rank in those bikeway, street calming, and sidewalk programs. So one of the things we would ask for as the next step was for some direction to do that, to use maybe that approach to identify 2 to 3 streets. If we can do more, we can certainly do that, and ask us to go ahead and implement those soft closures for 30 to 60 days. And I'm going to pause here because for the next piece of it, we'll jump into the closures for outdoor dining and for some of those other economic development opportunities, in case you have any questions.
Hey, Michael, we'll stop here, talk a little bit about this, and then move on to outdoor dining. I knew Jonathan would be the first one with his hand raised, Councilor Melton, and then Councilor Martin.
Yeah, thank you for this, Michael. I really appreciate it. I have a question in trying to determine and identify areas where we could implement this process. You mentioned the 2016 plan. Does that, I know that we have a list, a 10-year priority list of separated bikeways. I've got the list pulled up. I'm looking at the first one is State Street, West Street, Martin Street, Wilmington, Peace, Atlantic, Six Forks, St. Mary's. Is that priority list rolled up in this 2016 plan that we're looking at?
The council member, the priority list is identified in the plan. The approach that I kind of laid out does not use the separated bikeway list. It uses those bike boulevards, and the reason is this: those separated bikeways are going to be sort of more intensive installations, and our thought was that we could maybe do one of those, but we could do more of the soft closures and do them more sort of geographically diverse.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I appreciate that feedback. I agree that we should be doing what we can to maximize the impact. I would also just like to throw out there that I think that if we're doing this, it's a real opportunity to sort of implement some like tactical urbanism where we're just doing some short-term pop-ups of things that we anticipate doing on long-term and let them actually, you mentioned that other cities had sort of a low engagement or feedback on where to do it. But if we know that we have areas that are a priority, a 10-year priority, and we have an opportunity now to do some pop-ups, that's a way I think to be doing like real-time community engagement, like community feedback by having people actually test out the idea that we hope to eventually invest in long-term. So I want to do whatever we can to roll out this process and to maximize the impact. But I also think that there is an opportunity to do sort of a soft test on things that we hope to be doing long-term in the future. And now seems to be an ideal time to be testing those out.
Councilor Martin. Then I have Councilor Knight.
Thank you.
Go on, Councilor Martin.
I feel like I'm barking up the wrong tree a little bit here, Michael, but I know that you all use data quite a bit to make your decisions. But I wanted to hit on 2 points. You know, I think that as we roll this out, one of the things that I really appreciated is kind of using the idea of a soft integrations and making sure that we're willing to be nimble. So if something isn't working, we're willing to go to the next option quickly and efficiently. We don't have to stick with one thing just because we decided that now. So if we can use data to collect as much information as possible about whether or not that route is being successful or if it's not, for bikers and pedestrians and traffic flow, and the community. If it's not, let's go to the next option. But the main point being, let's I think the idea being let's be flexible so that we can just adapt quickly and iterate, which seems like you all are obviously being, which is not surprising, knowing you and your team. But that would be, my hope for this project. And I think it's, given the predicament that we're in, it's exciting to have this opportunity to test this. It's kind of a silver lining, I guess, in all of this. So thank you for being forward thinking and bringing this forward.
Right,
Council member. I'm sorry, Mayor. Council member,
Yes.
to that point, we have started the identification of a number of streets, and our thought process would be we could start with our highest ranked ones, and then, again, if you say we find that there's very little utilization of that we could take that to the next step and the next street on the priority list in that line. So we
Yep.
could be rather than being static, we could move that to make it work a little better for folks.
You're getting a lot of head shakes here, up and down, Mike.
Thank you. Yes.
All right, next we had Councilor Knight.
Yes, along that same line, I think it's where the motto, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I think, as Councilor Martin said, I think everybody's interested in getting this going, and it may not be perfect, and we could use that flexibility to move or change or iterate along the way. Can you throw your considerations back up there? Is that too difficult to do, or can we do that again?
I can't see anybody's face, so I'm just going to say, Councilor Cox, you were next after Councilor Knight. So if you want to add that up, Michael, I just wanted to make that clear in terms of meeting management.
Okay. I just want to ask a question about your considerations real quick. If we could put that back up there, that slide. Is there another one? Oh, there's another one.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the criteria. Is that what you were saying, Michael? This is the criteria you're using to come up with the specific streets?
These, in a way, sort of equate to criteria. These are things, I think, questions we've asked ourselves as we've kind of gone through a list and said, what do we want to use in terms of like making those street selections? So they do equate in a way to criteria.
Okay. So what has experience shown? Once you set these up, is it 7 days a week, or do weekends? Sometimes you could do it just on weekends. That maybe make folks more comfortable in that area or whatever. But I just didn't know if there was leniency there, or it better worked if once you put it up, it stayed up until whatever the end time date was.
Council member, we certainly have that option. So,
Okay.
Since these are neighborhood streets and they are, again, lower stress, lower speed streets, it might be one that we leave up 24/7, particularly as the days get a little longer and folks are out in the evenings. A 24/7 closure would probably be beneficial. These also do help, as I mentioned, some of these streets are in the neighborhood street calming program, so it helps us provide a little relief in that regard until we actually get to a project on that street.
So as y'all know, Crabtree Creek Greenway comes through a lot of my district, and a lot of the segments are down. So I appreciate it and hope that y'all be looking along Crabtree Greenway, but all the greenways in particular, because just in my neighborhood, on my street, it runs parallel to the greenway, and it's getting incredible amounts of pedestrian and bicycling traffic, which I think would make perfect. Because you're on the greenway, you got to get off the greenway, then you got to go down. Could be a busy road, and then get back on the greenway. So I think there are a lot of opportunities along all of our greenways, but especially the segments that are down now, and they're going to be down through this whole period of time at least. So I have some specific streets in mind that I'd love to talk to y'all about that I think would be great for this program. So thank y'all for doing this and looking at it. And I think the key is to move quickly. Appreciate it.
Councilor Cox.
Yeah, I just had a quick question for Michael. Do we have the option of allowing neighborhoods to request a street closure in addition to just us identifying streets?
We certainly have that option. I'd respectfully suggest that if we want to move quickly, we may go with a set of streets to start. And if we find that we can do a really great job at it, maintain the safety there, that might be something that we can continue to explore through the summer and would be an approach that we could take in that regard. But if we want to get something on the ground quickly and move fast, I think having something that we've used some criteria to put together, rather than go through votes on streets and balloting and things like that, we would like to just, again, be very nimble, very quick.
Okay, but there's always been a program in place where people could request a temporary street closure, like for street parties and things like that.
Yes, and that's always an option that remains open to folks. But we're trying to make sure that, in terms of a party, we're not trying to create destinations. We're trying to create those opportunities for folks. So.
Right. I'm assuming that they would want to, if a neighborhood wanted to, they could make a request, not for a party, but just to have some additional space for walking or cycling or whatever.
Could I make a suggestion here, perhaps? Perhaps we put a timeline on that. Let's look and see how this goes, and then Councilor Cox, to your point, maybe, I'm just going to throw a date out there, maybe July, like the second Monday in July or something, we say, okay, neighborhoods can now make the request. I'm just trying to manage your workflow without all of a sudden getting bombarded and distracted. So perhaps that could be a way to do that. And if Michael, if you could get back to Councilor Cox and all of us, just kind of think about that a little bit. That I think that's how I would suggest we approach it.
Yeah, that'd be
It
fine.
would be interesting if neighborhoods could ask for that street closure, and then that could be fun too. So I have Councilor Branch and then Councilor Melton, and then I have a comment I wanted to make too. So Councilor Branch, if you could go.
Yeah, Michael, thank you for the presentation. I'm sitting here and I just had an idea of looking at streets. Can we also look at streets near some of our schools and their parking lots, which are vacant right now? We have some of our schools that are really in neighborhoods, and I know this is a conversation we would need to have with Wake County Public School System as well. Yeah, with Wake County Public School System, but just an idea of balancing and leveraging maybe some of our streets near schools and those parking lots, which will offer some additional space since we know our schools are not going back this year. They won't be back until August, so just an idea.
We can certainly look at that, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Melton?
No, I was just going to suggest that we accept the staff recommendation and sort of push this forward. So I'll let you go ahead and ask your questions and comments.
I have one more question, and of course I'm going to ask you to break your own rules. But one thing I would like to see is we have talked about this for a while, a connection between Chavis and Dix Park, either South Street or Lenore. Now I know both of those are transit corridors, so I know that's breaking the rules, but if we're going to test some things out, I think testing out something like that, this whole strollway concept could be really exciting and open up and connect to districts. So I just want to throw that out there for consideration, Michael. Thank you.
We'll take a look at it.
Okay. Councilor Melton, was that a motion?
Yeah, I move that we authorize staff to implement this process based on their proposed recommendations, and also I guess tweak it to the extent that we want to also focus on areas that we plan to invest in long term and kind of use these as like a pop-up test type situation. So to roll your comment, Mayor, in about the connection from Dix to Chavis, we know that that's something that may be a priority. So let's focus on those areas as well.
Okay.
Complicated motion, but I didn't mean for it to be.
So the motion will be what the staff recommended, with all of you understanding that this is the direction we want to head in. Right, Michael? You okay with that?
Understood.
Okay. Do we have
So
a
moved.
second? Do we, Councilor Martin has seconded this. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, Michael, this is something I think the council and our residents will be really excited about. Thank you for taking this on and doing it with a sense of urgency. We know there's a lot on everyone's plate right now, and we really appreciate this, so thank you.
You're welcome. If you don't mind now, we'll move on to the hard one. So this we'll delve into a little bit the shared spaces for outdoor dining, and this one is a little bit more complicated in that it lies a lot more outside of just the kind of city of Raleigh purview, and that we've got a number of other agencies and groups that would be involved for us to be really successful here. So there are several concepts there, some that you see below, some that are very familiar to us, things like parklets, full street closures where folks just move tables and chairs into the middle of the street with appropriate social distancing. And then a few other things like pedlets where we actually utilize the whole of the sidewalk space but then push folks, the pedestrians, onto what would be like a parklet, but it's entirely for pedestrian access. You see that on your lower right. Next slide, please. These come with a lot of considerations. I've tried to bucket these a little bit, and again, we get back to issues like, are they going to be on an NCDOT permitted street? What are good locations? One size doesn't fit all, so one location for one option may not be ideal for another location. Does sidewalks support a particular approach? The width, we know, varies greatly downtown and in some of our neighborhood business districts and other commercial districts. ADA gets to be a big issue in this particular regard, so how do we make sure that we're maintaining safety and accessibility? Again, we go back to, are there long-standing policies and ordinances that we would need to change? And the answer to that is, we'll find will be yes. Then what's going to be the speed of permitting, and how much do we need to have in that regard? Can we do something, again, nimbly and quickly? And then when does Wake County Public Health and those health inspections for food, and when does the ABC board get involved in those regards? Next slide. A few other things here. How does this affect some of the curbside pickup zones? Does a business prefer one over the other? And if we have a number of folks there, are we going to try to gain consensus along a street frontage if we've got 8 restaurants and 4 prefer one approach and the others prefer another approach? Again, what resources are going to be involved and who's going to provide those? Are we going to allow tents, outdoor lighting, umbrellas? What's going to be the duration? And again, I think some of that comes back to which approach we take. And it could be, again, maybe there's different approaches at different places and different times. Who's going to do the maintenance on this? And then are there impacts on parking and revenues in that regard? Next slide, please. What we've tried to do here is to break those options down a little bit and to try to give you a few of the pros and cons that kind of go with each one. So in this particular option, we're going to look at first, the map you see here are the concentrations of the outdoor dining areas that we have in and around the downtown and Glenwood South. We're going to first talk about an option of expanding just the sidewalk seating areas. So the idea there would be that a person may have outdoor dining or outdoor seating now, but it's limited to their store frontage. Could we expand that along the length of other frontages for businesses that may not rely on that as much? So I'll use the example of Hargett Street. We know there's a coffee shop and a restaurant there, but then we know that we have a reading room on the corner that doesn't utilize that frontage. So could the length of that frontage be used in a way that maintains social distancing and allows those businesses to expand? So that would be an option there that we would have to look at. There would be some extension of insurance and ABC permitting involved in that. It's going to require cooperation amongst neighbors. And again, we'll go back to that attention of maintaining ADA accessibility, which in that scenario, we know we already do just with outdoor dining in general. Next slide, please. Second option would be, could we grow the kind of parklet inventory that we have in our downtown? So currently we have a few. Those are considered a public amenity. Right now, the private use of that is a bit more restricted, and we don't permit table service and things like that to those parklets from a particular restaurant. we'd have to look at that and see how we could relax that. Again, ABC and insurance becomes involved in that. It's going to take some attention to safety and protection from that adjacent traffic, but this is another place where we have some history, so we have some experience with that, and we know how we could do that. This could, again, conflict with those curbside pickup zones and parking areas, so that's just a balance that we would have to strike on that. The next option, again, is this pedlets, and you can see an illustration here how the sidewalk dining has kind of expanded itself all the way out into that those fenced areas, and then there's a fence there to protect pedestrians from stepping into the street in that parking zone. But again, this creates this walk around, if you will, from that outdoor dining area. This does have a decided advantage of making sure that that sort of extension of premises for ABC is very tight, and just extending that store frontage that you would normally have out to the curb line. So it's more clear and defined. It does require some serious attention to ADA. This particular solution is a good solution in that it brings that street level up, so it's a level surface for folks to walk around. I've seen other solutions like this where there's a ramp down to the street level and then a ramp back up, and just how that's maintained becomes a very important consideration. And again, this is another option that could conflict with that sort of curbside loading and pickup zones. Next slide, please. This is another, street closures is another option that we have some experience with. You can think of what we do downtown for a special event now. This could be sort of a different flavor of that particular approach, where we could do a full-on closure of the street and then permit restaurants to kind of expand to the full width of the sidewalk and let the pedestrian space in the middle be available for, the street space in the middle be available for pedestrians. Conversely, if we can find a way to define that, we can let the sidewalks extend further out into the parking zones and let those also be kind of an extension of the restaurant frontages. We would have to have a clearly delineated area for that to happen. This would require some hard closures. What we've heard back from ABC is that if we were to do anything like this, it's going to have to be kind of a hard closure for them to permit something along that regard. This would impact those curbside pickup zones, and some of the feedback that we've heard from several businesses is that their curbside takeout has been very successful. They've had their costs with that they've been able to manage. For them to grow and to lose that could be sort of a point of diminishing returns for them. So that's just another place where we'd have to find that proper balance and strike that balance for the particular businesses. This does require significant resources for closures. You see what we do downtown for events, so that would be another thing that we just have to think about as we do this. This could potentially be something that happens in some areas on a weekend rather than a 24/7 approach. So again, just keep that in mind as we think through these. Another option that was shared with us, that could we just make more spaces available for people to dine outside? And this would be something where could, again, utilize the takeout, but then just have another place to go outside of their homes and get a little relief from the four walls that they've been seeing for the last 6, 8, 10 weeks. And again, give them just a little bit of relief, and again, create some other business opportunities for some of the businesses that are kind of struggling right now. This would not necessarily be available for alcohol. A lot of businesses said, if I can't do alcohol, it's kind of tough for me to make this work. But it would require a special permit, and we'd have to do a bit more research on how we would make that work for folks. Next slide. And then I think Council, in particular Mayor, you had asked about how would we do an extension on in some private spaces, so like in parking lots in the parking lots for some of the local shopping centers. So you see an example here where someone's already taken and expanded some of this into a parking space. This is where this green swath of AstroTurf has been expanded out into a parking area. So this, again, gets into a few more complications than we would have in some other locations. we would get into some zoning. We'd have to make sure that if we were doing this, that we're not overly reducing the number of required parking spaces. It's going to require some relaxation of that. It's going to require, again, attention to what ADA and traffic safety pieces there are there. We have to do a little bit more research about ABC permitting in this particular case, too. Next slide, please. So all of that kind of rolls up into, I hope this is helpful. We tried to do this in kind of a stoplight approach into sort of red, yellow, green about go. So this, I hope, translates into sort of a level of effort that might be involved in doing some of these things. So again, if you look at the first option around extensions along the sidewalk, that might be kind of a lower effort. It may not be as kind of generous in terms of the reward that you might see in other locations for some of the other options, but that would be one that we think would be easily accomplishable and might be fairly easy to do fairly quickly. You can kind of see how that works for the other options as you sort of work across here. And you'll also note that there's a lot of yellow in the use of the sort of private lots. And that's because there's just a lot of particulars involved with that in terms of a specific location and a specific shopping center or a specific area that we're going to use. So that's one where if you've got questions, I've got resources here available, and Mr. Crane and Mr. Reamer that can help us with this. So if we've got questions there, I'm going to rely on them a little bit to help out with that. But hopefully this can kind of give you an easily readable kind of approach on, again, levels of efforts that might be involved in various approaches. So we took the liberty of sort of suggesting some next steps, and there's 1 and 2. They're, again, kind of based around whether or not it's private or public. So the first one would be to relax some of those private use of public space regulations so we could do some of these sidewalk dining and areas like that. That's step 1. We would ask you to maybe ask for a resolution to relax those regulations, and we can bring those back to you at your next council meeting. And then, next slide, please. And step 2 is kind of the same approach, but for some of those private property areas that we talked about. And with that, I'm available for questions. And again, since we're transportation, we have to have the slide of the crosswalk, beetles and the crosswalks properly socially distanced. So with that, we're happy to take questions.
Okay, job well done there. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Mayor. Michael, thank you so much for all of this work, all of your team's work, and for also working with many of our partners, including Downtown Raleigh Alliance. I know they've put a lot of thought into this as well. I think what's going to be key here, and you've already nailed this, but just to emphasize, is that we've got to be thinking about ADA. We've got to be thinking about public health and public safety. And then I think it's going to be crucial for us to be able to act quickly and just be flexible in working with our business owners across the city. And I really appreciate how you're looking into public versus private. And I think, Mayor, you brought that up. I also don't necessarily want to focus on any one of the columns of the specific solutions. I think we need to be flexible and adaptable for each situation. I think that's the most fair way to kind of approach this. So just a little bit of feedback for right now, but thank you so much for doing this.
Councillor Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Moore, for your presentation. I've got a sense that maybe there's a little more work to do. And just speaking a little bit to the timing, of course, some other cities across the country are a little bit ahead of us on this, but I think that the work you've shown us today provides that opportunity for Raleigh to do it in a smart way, a way that works for us. And I appreciate the careful consideration you all are given to this. It looks like the expansion of the restaurant space, understanding there's a little bit more work to do, but it looks like the timing is going to match up nicely as we move into the next phase of the governor's phased reopening of the state. And I think this is going to be really important. Of course, we know restaurant workers, because of the nature of their work, they can't go to work right now. Those folks are really hurting. The owners, the managers are all anxious to reopen. I had conversation with a longtime friend who owns and manages a restaurant. It happens to be in an upstairs space, and we were talking about how this might work, and he left me with no doubt they could make it work. And I know that that's a credit to the partnership that you all have formed with our partner agencies that represent and help those restaurants do what they need to do. So I'd be very interested in having staff prepare those 2 resolutions for our next meeting and do a little additional background work. I'm happy to listen to additional discussion, but at the appropriate time, I'd be ready to make that motion, Mayor.
Hey, Councillor Cox?
I was just wondering if these will apply to other areas of the city, in particular like Hillsborough Street.
Council member, certainly. We would any place that we would have a restaurant that we think we could provide some relief from the current situation. Those are all areas, whether it's Hillsborough Street or 5 Points or any community like that, we would see that this would be available to most everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Branch?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're all understand that some restaurants may want to, as a city, we may be okay with it, but NCDOT may say no, depending on the street. So, and I want hopefully businesses will understand that as well, that there are some variables that are not within city's control that may impact the ability to implement this. So I just want to just make sure that's on record.
Okay, I don't see anybody else's hand raised. I have a couple of comments. I am happy to contact NCDOT and have any conversations that might need to happen with them. That's number one. Number two, I want to make sure that we are, like, private property owners are probably more able to maneuver this. They're the ones who are going to have to maintain it. They're the ones who are going to have to put out the tables and chairs. I think that we should make this as easy as possible on them. I don't think there should be permitting. I don't think there should be another fee. The last thing these people need right now is another fee to deal with, especially when you're talking about our restaurants and our small retail. So my hope, Michael, would be that we can bring this to fruition, focused on and looking at the private property owners as our partners, as opposed to like sitting there all worried about, oh, now we don't have the permitted number of parking spaces. There's nobody in the parking lots right now. Gradually, people will be returning, but let's make it as easy as possible, as opposed to throwing up obstacles. And I love what you've done with the sidewalks. I really like the idea of weekend closures of some streets. I think Glenwood South could also lend itself toward that. And then I'm just going to reiterate what others have said. There is some sense of urgency in the next phase, especially when our restaurants start opening. They are going to have to overcome psychological barriers of people who are afraid to go out or afraid to be in a crowd, whatnot. So we have to make it as easy as possible for them to do business. They are described as the cultural soul of our city. So thank you for all the work that you have done. I just wanted to get those few points out there. But between the Safe Streets and then this, I mean, that's great work in the past 2 weeks. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I am going to go, and you're getting applause, by the way. I am going to go back to Councillor Buffkin, and you indicated you wanted to make that motion. So I will take it that that's what you want to approve the staff's recommendation and take into consideration our comments during this conversation.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Everybody's fighting to second this. I think I saw Councillor Stewart first. Good move there. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Anyone opposed? No. Michael, I'm giving you some applause.
Hey,
Great
Mayor,
work,
Well, thank
everybody. Thank you.
thank you.
can you
Thank you
announce
very
it
much.
was
But this
unanimous?
was certainly a team effort.
Yes, Robin?
Can you announce that it was unanimous?
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you to your team. Great work. Oh, I need a rest after that. Wow, that was great. All right, next we have the memorandum of agreement related to Dorothea Dix Park Conservancy.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Stephen Bentley. I'm one of the assistant directors of the Raleigh Parks Department. It's an honor to be in front of you today. We have a short presentation, but before I jump into it, I do want to thank our partners with the Dix Park Conservancy, Sean Malone, Bill Ross, and Walt Tippett. I also want to thank city staff, Kate Pierce and City Attorney Benjamin Mount. The six of us had a lot of meetings in person pre-COVID, and then a lot of virtual meetings during this COVID pandemic, so we could land on the agreement that we share today. I do want to start off by saying in 20 to 30 years of practice in parks and recreation, great parks and great park systems rely on great partnerships. So I think it's very timely that the memorandum of agreement is coming in front of you today, considering the resource constraints we have moving forward. Just as a reference point, the prior agreement with the Conservancy was a 5-year agreement. It established the public-private partnership, and it focused on the master plan implementation. It also created the executive committee and the advisory committee for the master plan process. In addition to that, it identified over $3 million in support from the Conservancy to help with the master plan, programming, and art, and a wealth of other items. The new agreement that I'm sharing with you today is a 15-year agreement. We consider it an umbrella agreement that will allow for future sub-agreements. It reaffirms our public-private partnership, and it focuses on the implementation of the master plan. In addition to that, it provides an interim framework for donor recognition, and it updates the committee structures to focus on implementation of the master plan. So the Leadership Committee. It was formerly called the Executive Committee. It includes 12 members, 8 of which are voting members, 4 of which are non-voting. And the mayor holds the tie-breaking vote in the event that is needed. The voting members include the mayor, a Raleigh City Council member appointed by the mayor, Park Board appointee, Community Committee appointee, which I'll cover on the next slide, and 4 members from the Dix Park Conservancy. The non-voting members include a city manager appointee, the director of the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department, the chancellor of NC State University, or their appointee, and the commissioner of agriculture, or their appointee. We spoke with the chancellor of NC State, and Chancellor Woodson is going to appoint the dean of the College of Agriculture, Mark Hoverston, as well as we spoke with the commissioner of agriculture's office, and they're going to appoint a deputy commissioner of the agriculture to serve as non-voting members. So the community committee, it's the voice of the community. It represents very broad stakeholder interests. It's just one of many conduits for public engagement throughout the implementation of the master plan. It's inclusive, equitable, transparent, and it will have representation from all council districts, including written into the agreement, we will allow people who are outside of the city to join. We'll bring together recommendations through a public application process. So people that are interested, they'll go through an application process, and the leadership committee will appoint the community committee members. Further criteria we looked at within this agreement for the community committee include a minimum of 30 members, a maximum of 45. So we landed on, we'll set the membership at approximately 40. We'll focus on diversity and that the makeup and representation of the committee will represent the broadest demographics of our growing city. It'll have 2 terms, 2 3-year terms, or 6 years max, 2 chairs, 2 vice chairs. There'll be a broad range of experiences that we'll be seeking from the arts, environments, history, legacy, neighborhoods around Raleigh, recreation, and more. Donor recognition is a key portion of this agreement. For the first time, we'll identify the city's sole philanthropic partner as the Conservancy. Now, this does not prevent the city from accepting gifts and donations from others, but it empowers the Conservancy to raise money on behalf of the park. It provides an interim process to identify and allow for park elements to be named or areas within the park to be named. As a part of this agreement, we're going to commit to the development of a long-term donor recognition and naming rights policy. These policies are things that the council will have to discuss as a part of this policy development, like the duration of naming, renewals, and more. It also allows for staff to provide updates on a routine basis to the council about donor activities. And ultimately, the city council will approve any gift agreement naming a park element or park area. So in our next meeting, we're going to, in the second meeting in June, we're going to bring back a few follow-ups to the city council. One, the mayor referenced today, which was a follow-up from the January 2020 work session, which was looking at the connection between Dix and Chavis. We've been working with the planning department, Michael Moore's staff in transportation, on different options, both short, long-term, and immediate. We'll bring to you the Michael Van Valkenburg Associates design contract, as well as a new funding agreement with the Dix Park Conservancy so we can focus on the implementation of Phase Now project. And I'll take any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions for Stephen? Councilor Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Not so much a question, but a few comments. First off, it's nice to be getting back to work, and I missed talking about Dix and thinking about Dix Park as we've focused on dealing with the coronavirus crisis these last few months. So this is a welcome return to some things that, of course, we expected to work on, as we've been focused on a lot of things that we didn't anticipate working on. The work product here is quite impressive. It's clear that the staff and the Conservancy have put a lot of time and careful thought into this. I think the result positions us for great success going forward over the next 15 years. This is an incredibly important partnership. We cannot be successful in achieving the vision for Dix without this partnership with the Conservancy and the private fundraising activities they're going to do. So I'm excited about seeing the project move forward. Can't wait to hear more in June, and recommend support of the approval of the MOA and governance structure today. Thank you.
I have Councilor Branch. I'm sorry. I took my glasses off for a moment and got totally muddled. So anyhow.
No problem. I definitely want to say that, a lot of work has happened to get us to today. And I want to thank everyone that has participated, in the Dix Park project as we move forward. I think today's agreement is something that is vital to move us forward. But the part that, to me, that I'm the happiest about, and I look forward to engagement, is the community committee. And making sure that we do have the representation from all districts, because this is a city park. Probably the state may want to claim it 20 years from now, but this is the city of Raleigh Park that, I look forward to us working together and making sure we do have a diverse field of applicants that apply for this. And one thing I do want to think about is, when we look at those appointments, 2-year terms for 6 years, Max been able to be reappointed for 2 more years, is as people are placed on the committee, maybe we should not appoint all 40 on the same day, because God forbid they all stay the same time period and all come off at the exact same time. I don't expect that to happen. Life happens, so people may say, I don't want to be reappointed and things of that nature. But that's something that I want us to just, consider as we go forward. But I look forward to the community aspect of this, because that's what this park is about. We're building this park for my kids, and I look forward to whatever I can do to move it forward.
Thank you, Councilor Branch. Well said. And I think that's a good point potentially about staggering some of these terms. You might want to put people on there for a 1-year appointment and then a 2-year appointment. I don't know, but staggering terms I think could be helpful, so you're not having everything happen at once. So good point. Councilor Martin?
Sure. I'll be quick. Thank you for the presentation. Just to correct the record, Dean Mark Hoverston is not the Dean of the College of Agriculture, but the Dean of the College of Design. Hopefully my dean, proudly. I just want to thank you for this and bringing this forward and the amount of work. I know that this has in the process well before this council was in place, as folks have noted. And just excited, as Councilor Buffkin pointed to, getting to work on this. It is one issue of many that this council will juggle as we move forward, and is one park of many that the city needs to be thinking about. But it serves as, the center of gravity for many parks in the southwestern part of the city, and a connection for the downtown core. So I'm very excited about moving forward and look forward to getting this passed today.
Okay. I just have a couple of comments. First off, Stephen, I was delighted to see the connection, between Chavis and Dix Park. I think that's an important symbolic step, connecting parks, but connecting parts of our city and really sending the message that we're creating a park for all. Second, I want to thank the Conservancy and the members for their generosity, their spirit, their passion for Dix Park. I also want to thank the staff. You have put endless hours into this and done a tremendous job. Another great example of work, and this is a huge accomplishment. So I'm really excited to see us move forward. Dix Park is our future. And the symbolism there, I can't wait for when we can have a big community celebration there to take us to the next step. So with that, I'm going to go back to Councilor Buffkin. You had indicated a motion to approve. Could you just formalize that? And then I'll take a second.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see, let me get the... Sorry. So thank you, Mayor. I move approval of the staff's the memorandum of agreement as presented by the staff and the governance structure that goes along with it.
You have a second, Councilor Branch? Okay. All right, here we go. Councilor Cox, you have your hand raised. Do you have a question?
Yes, I just want to indicate before the vote that I have reservations about this agreement, so I won't be voting in favor of it. I really want to move forward with Dix Park, but there are many components to this agreement, such as the term, how appointments are made, and several other issues that I don't agree with. So I think it's the wrong agreement. We need to move forward, but I don't think this is the correct agreement, so I will be voting against it.
Okay. All right. Well, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay. Opposed? Okay, clerk, that was 7-1 with Councilor Cox voting against it. So congratulations, Parks team. Great work. Really much appreciated. Okay.
Thank
Next, we are going to go to the extra ETJ discussion, process to relinquish.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Just in case I don't look familiar to you, I am Christopher Golden with planning, minus the beard. So, but I have a short presentation that has some additional information I'd like to go over. So this obviously looks familiar. If we look at the first slide, we'll look at some of the land, or the lands included in the petitioner's request to relinquish from the ETJ.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry. Can he adjust the mic because he's really breaking up? I'll make sure.
Okay, can you hear me fine there?
Yeah, that's better.
Is that better? Great, thanks. So these are the parcels that were included with the petitioner's request to relinquish from the ETJ. Next slide. I don't want to dwell on these slides too much. They're just essentially a review of the process that we would have to go through if council chose to act to relinquish the ETJ, which would be relinquishing the area from the original ETJ extension, and the county would have 60 days to apply zoning to that parcel. Next slide, please. In terms of a zoning comparison review, again, if it were to be relinquished, it would go into R40W, which is equivalent to the R1 zoning district. It's a county zoning district for watershed areas. I do also want to mention on this, at the last meeting, Councilor Branch had a question regarding when this area was included in the ETJ. That was in 1973 when the ETJ was actually created, and that's roughly about 15 years before the Swift Creek Plan was approved. Next slide. So essentially what you're looking at here is a table which does a comparison between the R40W Wake County zoning district and the R1 equivalent, which zoning district, which is all throughout that area in residential areas. They're essentially the same. Where they differ is in terms of street design, where the city of Raleigh is looking at 20 feet for improvements, Wake County is at 18. In the areas where they differ the most, in both jurisdictions, you're looking at maximum 12% impervious if not connected to city water. That includes streets and sidewalks. In both cases, too, you're looking at a 30% maximum. In the first case with the city, that is with stormwater controls. And in the Wake County, it is exactly the same. If you have additional questions on it, I'm sorry. Yeah, absolutely. All right. So there are people here from Stormwater. We've got Wayne Miles if you have specific questions on that. One of the things I did want to mention in the Swift Creek area, utility connections are only allowed in an emergency that constitutes a threat to public safety. So if there was this threat, the property owners would be required to petition for annexation. Where we look at the county zoning district, extension of municipal water and sewer is not allowed, and obviously annexation would not be an option. Next slide. So I've included some additional information just in terms of our comp plan policy, where it relates to the Swift Creek land plan area and policies that are favorable for not annexing these lands. Next slide. And this is just a review in terms of all jurisdictions that have lands within Swift Creek have to adhere to the policy guidelines of the Swift Creek Land Use Plan, county or city. Next slide, please. Now, one thing that is different, and I did want to mention, that if council chose to act and this land was relinquished, if the county chooses to relinquish this particular right-of-way parcel, now this is not a buildable parcel, it's just a right-of-way to the rest of the properties, that is currently within our ETJ and listed as new urban. If the county were to take jurisdiction of these lands, the team at the county has determined that they would need to amend the ILA because they would need to change the land use on that particular parcel to rural residential. So if it were relinquished from the city, it would come back again if this parcel were included. Next slide. Now, in terms of staff recommendations on this, we've been working in conjunction with the county. The earliest they could hear it is on October 5th, 2020. Options for council would be no action, could defer the action to a later date, or you could set a public hearing date to consider relinquishment of the petitioner's properties from the ETJ. If council does choose to act, we'd recommend a hearing date for roughly September 1st or later, giving them a chance to get all their ducks in a row. And it's my understanding also that Molly Stewart, who is attorney with Morningstar representing the petitioners, is on the line if you have additional questions for her. And I'll stop there. And if you have any questions for me, I'd be more than happy to answer those. Thank you.
So I just want to clarify something I just heard. The earliest the county can hear this is October 5th, did you say?
Actually, September 1st would be September 1st for City Council for a public hearing, and then it would go to the county for their public hearing at October 5th. That would allow enough of time for them to do everything that they needed to do. That would allow them time for everything that they needed to do to set it on their public hearing agenda and to get the rezoning taken care of. They would have, from the date of our relinquishment, they would have 60 days to place zoning on that particular property, or that collection of properties.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly. Councilor
Absolutely.
Stewart, you had your hand raised.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Golden, thank you so much for this. I do have a clarifying question about the chart you showed, the ETJ relinquishment zoning comparison. There's an impervious surface row. City of Raleigh, maximum 12% impervious, which includes the streets. And then the county, go ahead.
Go ahead, finish, because you'll have additional things, and maybe I can answer a stormwater, Ken.
And then just comparatively, the county is maximum 12%, but that wouldn't include if streets will have to be built. So are streets counted in that max or no?
Correct. In terms of if it's developed under city guidelines, there is that 12%, but that would include roads and sidewalks. We have the city requires 2 feet larger roads. So I believe 18 feet or 20 feet versus 18 feet in the county. And we also require sidewalks on both sides of the road. So essentially developed under county regulations, it means larger homes can be built because there's less impervious surface in the roadways and the sidewalks being built into that infrastructure.
Okay, and then the tree protection line where it's 40%, we've got two criteria here that they don't seem to be comparing apples to apples. So if you can help me get my head around that, right? Like one is 40% of each lot must be preserved, and then the other one is an area of 50 feet in width.
Correct. And what's your specific question on that as far as if they are the same or if they're different?
Does it equate to similar conservation or is it quite different?
It is I'm not an expert in that. It is my understanding that they are similar, but I can't give you the actual specifics, but I can come back to you with that to answer that question, but I don't have the exact specifics. I can't answer that question at this time.
Okay. Those are my questions for right now, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Councilor Cox?
Yes, regarding the impervious surface, the 12% impervious surface, a city requirement, can they have increased impervious surface if they provide additional stormwater controls?
Councilor Cox, I didn't hear the last part of what you said. I'm sorry.
Can they have greater than 12% impervious surface if they provide additional stormwater controls?
They can. In the city and the county, you can have 30% maximum coverage as long as, I guess, a half inch of rainwater is retained on site with storm control measures.
That's a city requirement, or is it the same in both?
The city and the county also requires that.
Okay.
Councilor Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of council, I've spent quite a bit of time getting into the details of this proposal and trying to understand the differences, and I appreciate staff providing a detailed explanation. It was here today. It was quite helpful. This does have a long lead time, as the mayor had just noted. That's to allow sufficient time for the county to do what they need to do. Subject to hearing something different from the members of council, I'm comfortable with moving ahead with this and scheduling for public hearing on September 1st. That'll be our first Tuesday meeting in September. But I don't know if the discussion is quite done, but Mayor, if you're ready for a motion, I'll make that motion.
Okay, any other comments? Councillor Stewart?
I just want to note that this is such a large piece of property in one of our most environmentally sensitive regions in the city. And so I think we have done a lot of due diligence to get to this point, and making sure that we are not going to be taking off any environmental protections as we consider relinquishing this property to the ETJ. Given that to Councilor Buffkin's point, given that the public hearing will have to be scheduled so far in advance, I'm absolutely comfortable moving forward and continuing to do some more work.
Okay. All right.
Second.
Councilor Buffkin, okay. Councilor Stewart has seconded this. All in favor? Opposed? That's unanimous, clerk. All right. The next item is thank you. Thank you for all your help and for that explanation. Very helpful. The next is the Comprehensive Plan Amendment CP 120, Swift Creek Watershed, District D.
Madam Mayor, I think that's what we just set the public hearing for September.
Oh, it went together?
Yeah, because the information he received was just for information.
Okay.
Actually, the comprehensive plan amendment you have already held the public hearing for.
Oh, we did? I'm confused then.
And the two items require separate action.
So for my clarification, the motion we just made, I thought that was received as information. I'm looking at what I'm hearing.
My understanding is that was the process to relinquish that property.
Yeah, that process. So we're scheduled the public hearing to relinquish the property for September 1st?
Yes.
Okay. And now the comp plan is what's coming up next.
Yes.
Okay.
And as Bynum said, we did hold the public hearing on that. Is that hearing still open?
No, ma'am, you closed the hearing.
Okay. Bynum?
Sure, so I don't have any additional information for you this afternoon. I would just say, based on your previous action to set the public hearing, seems you're willing to entertain the possibility of relinquishing ETJ in the Swift Creek watershed. And given that, it would be appropriate for you to adopt policy that would leave you some option for that. So remember, the amendment sets up a situation, changes the language in the policy so that you can maintain a flat number or a percent, whichever is less. It would give you flexibility to consider this relinquishment or any future relinquishment that comes before you. It adheres well to the local agreements that we have entered into with other jurisdictions in our area.
Councillor Cox has his hand raised.
Yeah, unless there's a reason that we have to rush through this, I wouldn't mind if this was referred to Growth and Natural Resources, just to be able to understand it better, and the implications of it, and also to hear from the public.
I think we already had the public hearing on this.
Right.
Yes, ma'am, you've already had the public hearing.
But I think it warrants some additional discussion. That's my recommendation.
I have Councillor Buffkin and Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Mayor. These items do go together, and we have spent quite a bit of time in the last couple of weeks looking over this, and I'm ready to move approval of the requested amendment to the comprehensive plan at the appropriate time. don't see any value in further discussing it at committee. It's been through the Planning Commission, was approved 8-1. I view this as a pretty technical change that just allows for a little bit more flexibility. Probably would have never came to us but for the requested relinquishment that really highlighted the need for a little more flexibility. So I respect the suggestion of more discussion and consideration. I just don't see any additional value at this point, so I'm ready to move forward at the appropriate time.
Councillor Stewart, you were next.
Thank you. Unless there's any reason not to do this, I wonder if we might meet both Councillor Buffkin and Councillor Cox's concerns if we hold this item and move it when we do the public comment for, or the public hearing for the ETJ relinquishing. So at least then we hear it all together and make sure that we really feel good about this moving forward. Again, it is such a giant piece of acreage. I just don't want to make sure we're doing our due diligence. And we have talked a lot about this, but maybe moving the two together makes the most sense.
Bynum, I just want to ask whether just the appropriateness of that.
That's certainly at your discretion. You can certainly defer that long if you would like. I would say that the policy amendment that the Planning Commission has recommended to you is more effective in adhering to the agreements that we've made with other local governments.
Okay. I have Councillor Melton, Councillor Martin, and then Councillor Cox.
I just want to say I agree more with Councilmember Buffkin that this has already worked its way through the process. There's a public hearing at Planning Commission. Planning Commission made a recommendation to us, overwhelmingly in support. We held the public hearing. I think that to reduce confusion, we need to tie up this piece of it and then proceed with the only other outstanding piece, which is the ETJ relinquishment, which is going to have its own public hearing. So my preference would be to proceed as recommended by Councilmember Buffkin.
We have Councillor Martin.
Thank you. So I appreciate the amount of work that has gone into this from the staff side, and also the amount of work that Councillor Stewart and Buffkin have put in as well in trying to piece all of this together. This is in District D, and this has preceded many individuals well before my time. And there have been a number of communities involved in making sure that this land stays protected. And so I think that with how massive this project is, and to just ensure that the community is not does not feel like the rug has sort of been ripped out from underneath of them, and they're just given time to realize that what is being done is proper, that the rules are being followed, and that we're still protecting the land and we're doing things right. I would respectfully request that as a district rep where this land is located, that we follow the recommendation of Councillor Stewart, and that we just hold this request and hear it as a package later when we hear the public hearing.
One thing I'm going to ask is, do we have the applicant on the line?
I believe that Molly Stewart is on the line, yes.
Okay, I'm going to have Councillor Cox. He had his hand raised next, but I want to ask the applicant if there's any ramifications to us doing that. I just want a better understanding of that. Okay, Councillor Cox.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I would support Councillor Stewart's recommendation. My biggest concern is that the comp plan amendment doesn't just affect certain properties, it affects the entire Swift Creek watershed. And I just want to be sure that, you know, when I vote, that I'm voting the right way.
Okay, could we hear from Molly Stewart, please?
Hi, this is Molly Stewart. Thank you for all the time that all of you put into this. I understand this is an extremely complex issue. I had actually heard about 10 days ago from the county that they were looking to hear this in August or possibly September, which is why I was hoping to get at least our public hearing in June. However, based on the update from staff, it sounds like that won't make a big difference in the timeline, and for that reason, that won't be a problem on our end.
Okay, so moving it to September, then, Councilor Stewart, is that, let's also look at this from a timing standpoint. So we could do first meeting in August, first meeting in September. Just looking for some guidance from Bynum on what our calendars might look like, what we have moving forward.
At this time, I don't believe we have anything scheduled for public hearing in September.
No, but we
I don't think we have any
text changes coming up that are going through the process.
Right. Oh, you mean in terms of a broader forecast about what may be scheduled?
Yes. I'm just looking at August or September.
Yeah, I think it would be fine. We have a good number of items at that first June meeting, and I think we're looking at one. You scheduled a public hearing in July earlier this afternoon, but I don't think we have anything scheduled farther out.
Okay, I have Councilor Melton and then the city manager.
I just want to make sure I understand the process. The other issue that's related, the ETJ relinquishment, we already just approved noticing that for public hearing in September. This issue we're talking about, we already had the public hearing last week. Councilmember Stewart is suggesting that we just hold it at the table until we have the public hearing on the ETJ in September. So will this just continue to roll as a special item on our agendas until September when we hear the ETJ? Like, we're not talking about noticing this for we're not going to have another public hearing on this piece of it. We're just going to hold it.
There's no additional notice required, and we would bring it back on the September agenda if you all chose to act as Ms. Stewart suggested. We'd bring it back on the same agenda with the public hearing for the relinquishment, and it would be a special item, but it wouldn't appear on any agenda before then unless you advise otherwise.
And Councilmember Buffkin has suggested that we go ahead and vote on just this amendment piece because we had that public hearing, and then the issue that would remain would be the public hearing and vote on the ETJ relinquishment.
That's correct.
Okay, sorry. I was just trying to keep track of what's going on because I was losing it. Thank you.
We had city manager and then the city attorney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. Just a calendar update, just a calendar reminder. You don't have a first meeting in August. That's why you didn't hear that suggestion from the staff. So you could go to the second meeting in August or the first meeting in September. So that was why, I think that was one of the reasons why you heard those dates. So you have a July 7th meeting, and you have then an August 18th meeting, and then you go back on your regular schedule, the first meeting in September. So that's why you heard that. That's it.
The attorney.
Just one thing, I think, Bynum, isn't it true that for purposes of order of action that the comp plan amendment needs to go first?
It would be appropriate for them to take that action to amend the policy before the action on the ETJ relinquishment. That's right.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that, not that it would make any difference, but just since we've had the hearing.
So, okay, Councilor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think that I understand this well enough to say, and Bynum, I'm looking to you to maybe give the council some more context for this. I think as a practical matter, this piece of property, this relinquishment, is a really unique case. I don't know that something like this will come up again. I just don't see a parcel that large in the Sweet Creek watershed that would come to us again. So to the extent that makes folks feel better, and if Bynum, you could confirm that sort of my suspicion or feeling. I don't know if that would help make everyone feel a little more comfortable moving ahead, but I don't have strong feelings about whether we take action today or set it off at a more convenient time. But do you have any?
I actually think you are likely to see a similar request. We have been contacted by another property owner in the area.
This probably wouldn't be as large a parcel, would it?
I'm not sure about the size there. I believe it's comparable.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not being corrected by the other people in the room.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I'm hearing a split consensus. What I'm thinking is it might be better just to keep these two items together. Although the city attorney, please repeat what you said.
The reason the comp plan amendment has been requested is because it is believed that it is required to allow the relinquishment. So you would have to vote on that first. So you'll be voting on whether or not to allow the comp plan amendment before you have the hearing on the relinquishment. And that may or may not be important, but I did want to let you know.
Okay, so let me just run this by you. If we bring this up for the first meeting in September, and we vote on the comp plan amendment, and then we approve the relinquishment, we have handled that in proper order? Yes or no?
Yes. Assuming you approve the comp plan amendment.
Right. Okay. All right. I'm kind of hearing that is where we're heading. Could I have some head nods? Any no's? Okay. Counselor Stewart, if you'd like to make a motion.
Yes. I'm not sure what the exact motion needs to be other than holding this item until our first September meeting to be brought forward under special items.
Second.
Counselor Cox is seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. One thing that I think you need to keep us informed on is what the county plans to do. If anything changes with the county, we need to know about that as soon as possible so we can reschedule. Yes, Robin.
Can you announce the vote for the clerk?
Unanimous.
Thanks.
Okay. All right, so just let's make that clear that if anything should change with the county, just keep us informed. So we do follow the proper protocols as outlined by city attorney.
Of course, we would bring back any additional information from the county as it became available.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have the report and recommendation of the city manager. So I turn this over to you, Ruffin.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We have 3 items on the manager's report today, and then one additional calendar item I wanted to mention. The first item is the COVID-19 situation update. And before Derek Reamer with our Office of Emergency Management and Special Events goes through that, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize there's a lot of staff work going on right now with regards to the ever-changing situation. We all know that. And so Derek's presentation today is going to be a little bit more thorough than normal, because what we have to do now is start implementing our own changes in alignment with the state of North Carolina's orders related to the various phase 1, 2, and 3. So reopening various services and activities is something that we're taking very, very seriously. Our number one priority is public safety and making sure that our employees, as well as residents and citizens, are comfortable, and that we are doing that deliberately and thoughtfully and carefully. So at any point we need to make changes or adjustments or pull something back, that's what we're going to do. And so what you're going to hear today is sort of a draft framework about our planning, but those plans are subject to change if the technical data coming from the state or those state phasing plans adjust. So we are basically prepared for the earliest possibility of phase 2 from the state. But if that gets changed or altered, we would alter our framework as well. So today, what I would encourage you to do is think about this as a framework. And if you have thoughts or concerns as Derek goes through it, or maybe at the end after you see the presentation, let us know any thoughts you may have. So with that, I'll turn it over to Derek Reamer to go through the presentation.
Thank you, Ruffin, and thank you for providing that great overview. Again, everybody, Derek Reamer. I'm with Emergency Management and Special Events. I come to you today on behalf of our COVID executive team and all of the employees who've really been working very hard to plan for our reopening. A little bit about the presentation today. I'm going to start with kind of an overview of our principles and goals as we consider reopening, and then kind of provide an overview of where we are as a city related to the phased approach that the governor has set out. Just a quick situation update. As of last night, a little over 1,200 cases here in Wake County and 28 deaths. The numbers continue to go up as far as the number of cases. A lot of that is also due to the increase in testing capacity we have. I'd like to remind everybody of a lot of the data that's available to the public, both through the NCDHHS website. They have a great dashboard, and Wake County's dashboard, and all the information they have through their website. So I want to talk today again at a higher level of the reopening of the city in a COVID-19 world. It's important to know that this reopening is a move towards more normal operations with the goal of providing greater levels of service than we currently have, while also minimizing the risk to the employees and the public. And why do we need to do that? Because we want to make sure that the employees and the public feel safe when we decide to reopen. And we're going to do this gradually and safely in accordance with our 3 goals. As a reminder of those 3 goals, we're going to do everything we can to help slow the spread of COVID-19. We're going to continue to provide great service for our community, and we're going to achieve those goals by being supportive of each other and working as a team and treating each other like good neighbors. So as we go through our reopening discussion, there's a couple of things we need to consider. Any reintroduction of a service to the public has to be evaluated through a number of criteria. Can we provide this service and maintain the safety and security of our staff? Can we maintain the safety and security of the public? And by reopening the service, are we doing it in a way that meets our goal of reducing the spread of the virus? Our guiding principles are important as we go through this. Our response to COVID-19 remains a very high priority for the city. We're going to continue to follow the state's 3-phased approach in our reopening. New citywide standards and policies and procedures are going to be implemented and have been as we continue to do a broad reopening of the city. It's important to make sure we're managing expectations along the way. Just because we're legally able to do something doesn't necessarily mean that that's the best practice. We want to manage those expectations. And that we need a high-level plan with a consistent approach across the organization, but allowing for the flexibility and individualization that each department might have as they continue to look at their own reopening. So an overview of the reopening in general, we'll move into a 3-pronged approach. We're going to gradually reopen and restore services while minimizing risks, and that's going to start with a workplace assessment. And these are removing or controlling workplace hazards. And I'm going to go through each of these a little bit more in depth. The second is adherence to the guidance set forth by CDC, OSHA, and the state. And the third is best practices beyond minimum standards. So first, let's move into our workplace assessment. This can be actually broken down into 3 separate categories itself. The first is our engineering controls, the second, administrative controls, and the third, personal protective equipment. And we'll go through each of these a little bit more. Beginning first with our engineering controls. These are what you would consider maybe the built environment, things that are in the building itself. Housekeeping, sanitation, making sure that we're wiping down frequently touched areas, providing signage around the building, reminding people of certain hand washing procedures. Physical barriers that will be put up, plexiglass screens in high customer service areas, the limits of the number of people in an elevator, modifying where you might stand in a line, and reducing the number of entry points to accommodate those wellness screenings. Some of the administrative controls as we talk about our workplace assessment, including changing policies and procedures. This is the teleworking policies we might have adjusted, encouraging virtual meetings, and staggering employee shifts to minimize that contact with one another. We'll reduce the duration and frequency and intensity of exposure by encouraging proper sanitation practices. And we'll continue to provide education and training to staff. The third is personal protective equipment. This is masks, gloves, face shields. It's important to know that this is the least effective control measure to limit that individual exposure. And so it's done in combination with those other engineered and administrative components. So the second part of our pronged approach here is that adherence to guidance set forth by the CDC, OSHA, and the state. We want to continue our sanitation practices. Hand sanitizers and hand washing are so vitally important. Reinforcing the avoidance of touching your face, sneezing, coughing into the inside of your elbow. And one of the things we're tackling is how do we continue to reinforce those sanitation practices? We want to continue wellness screenings of all employees. Again, guidance is coming from the CDC. We want to ensure the testing and isolating, and that is especially important contact tracing of symptomatic employees. We want to encourage our sick employees to stay home. And it's important to make sure we're reinforcing that through relaxed policies and procedures on taking sick leave. We need to maintain those policies to make sure that students that are home with their parents who are trying to work can continue to work and telework. And we need to develop a mandatory human resources training around all these new practices and policies to make sure that our staff is aware of what is available to them. We're going to continue to minimize in-person meetings. Do we have the bandwidth to continue virtual meetings? We might have that on a day-to-day basis, but do we have enough to support every board and commission? And those are some of the questions that we need to be asking ourselves as we move forward. We need to continue to provide that PPE for all those staff that are in those high-risk delivery environments, our first responders, people coming into contact with those aerosolized agents, to make sure that they can safely perform their jobs. But we must make sure that we continue to have a supply chain that's able to provide the needed PPE. And I can tell you that right now we are in a good place with our PPE, but we continue to look much, much further into the future to make sure we have a good stock. And the third part here is really these best practices beyond the minimum standards. So staff are going to be encouraged to bring their own masks when at work. We will provide one for them, however, if they do not have one. But let me be clear, staff will be required to wear a mask when social distancing is not possible. And you can see down there that is at 6 feet distance and an exposure time of 10 minutes. For customers who do not have a mask when they come into the buildings, we will provide them one if they require it, or if they would like one, but we are not going to require it of customers at this point. We want to strongly encourage it, but right now we are not going to be mandating that of our customers. We're going to continue to maintain flexible work sites. Simply because a building is open, that doesn't necessarily mean that everybody must come into the building. If we can provide the same level of service while teleworking with limited staff in the building, we want to continue to do that. Is that going to be something that we see more broadly across the organization, and how is that going to be implemented? So we're working through those policies to make sure that we can continue to provide the service as we ramp up, but also minimizing that spread of the disease. With that is the maintaining of flexible hours, staggering those shifts, keeping that physical distance in between employees, the customers, and how are we going to continue to do that, again, as I mentioned earlier, with school-aged children at home with no school until the fall. So in summary of our overview here, we want to continue to make sure that we are minimizing the risk for our employees and our customers, and that's just a high priority we have. Each department is developing their own specific reopen plans under the guidance of that high-level plan that we mentioned earlier. And we're going to continue to follow the state's three-phased approach. So now as we talk about that, I want to show you a little bit of how our reopening efforts thus far kind of fall into the three phases that the governor has outlined. So as a reminder, the state of North Carolina has a three-phased opening plan. Those are data-driven decisions. Phase 1, which we're in now, began on May 8th, and it'll last until at least May 22nd. We're expecting an announcement later this week on whether that will happen or not, but that's our plan for right now. It's important to note that we're trying to realign with the state's phases when possible, but we still are going to continue to make our guidance and take our guidance from Wake County and what's in the best interest of the citizens of Raleigh.
We're currently in phase 1, again, went into effect May 8th at 5 p.m. Our city facilities remain closed to the public. We've implemented temperature screenings for everybody coming into the building, and we continue to provide that vital PPE to all of those in the field. A number of key services have begun to ramp up. Again, this is not everything at once, but a slow ramp up of critical services. We've begun right-of-way mowing and some street and sidewalk maintenance and stormwater maintenance. A yard waste collection began on a modified schedule today, and our yard waste center opens back up to the public. When we look at parks and events, this is a big interest of everybody as everybody's looking to get outside. We've opened the nature preserves and Forest Ridge Park trails and gates. However, those groups larger than 10 are still not allowed. Parks, restrooms, and restroom amenities remain closed. And some of the maintenance levels in parks and greenways are at a reduced capacity to make sure that we're still limiting that exposure to our employees. And all those festivals, road race, concerts, conferences, and parks programs remain canceled. As we move into phase 2, which again will begin at the earliest this Friday, we'll begin looking at opening buildings. The soonest we would open the downtown buildings, the Municipal Building, Exchange Plaza, the Dillon Building, would be June 15th. We're aiming for a soft opening for staff no earlier than June 1st. What this will do is allow a 2-week period for staff to be able to come into the building to make sure that they have the proper precautions and things in place they need to do their job, but also to feel safe while doing their job. So these are targets, again, as Ruffin mentioned, that will vary over time, but these are just wanted to give some guidance out there as we kind of look to move forward. But that teleworking will continue. You're good. You can move on. Thank you. In phase 2, some other key services that will resume, planning and development programs. Go Raleigh Transit will start to move to weekday service. However, again, in the interest of reducing the spread, we'll continue rear boarding and that suspension of fares because of that. Boards and commissions will start to come back online, virtually if possible. On and off street parking enforcement will start to pick up, but we need to make sure that we continue to maintain those curbside zones for our restaurants. And those Raleigh water service disconnects will begin by June 1st as the governor has directed. Parks and events in phase 2 will have some reopening with restrictions on sizes as that continues, but you'll start to see the dog parks, restrooms, playgrounds, and shelters begin to open up as we move into phase 2. Phase 3, which will happen 4 to 6 weeks after phase 2, we'll have travel restrictions that continue. Our Fire Recruit Academy is anticipated to begin, which will be a great win for the fire chief, who I know is anxious to get that started. And our parks and events, another big portion of this, we hope to at some point be able to open the Convention and Performing Arts Center. And you have people coming into getting back to some type of normalcy and seeing the shows that they want. Our community centers will hopefully reopen to the public. Summer camps and other programs are currently canceled through June 26th. And again, we continue to evaluate all the data we have out there to see when it's going to be best to open those up if possible. Our aquatic centers and Moore Square water feature, the same situation applies there as well. And we're going to continue to be limited by those mass gathering numbers as allowed by the state. And then the final point here is we are canceling the July 4th fireworks this year. This is a combination both of a fiscal nature, but also quite simply just the volume of people that go to the July 4th fireworks will not allow for a proper social distancing. And if we have an effort or an ability to reduce that gathering of folks, we're going to try to do it here for the city. So with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
Do we have any questions? Councillor Cox?
Okay, just a quick question. I watched the governor a couple days ago, and they indicated that they were having difficulty continuing their supply of PPE, and I was wondering if we're having a similar experience.
Our current PPE supply is strong. We have a fairly good stockpile for the city as a whole. We've been doing this cross-departmentally, and then many of the departments have their own supply as well. We continue to place orders and try to make sure that we have enough. We're looking really far into the future. Wake County also has a good supply in hand. So we're continuing to make sure that we have what we need. It's important to know that what we need might be a little bit different than what the governor is talking about. I know there's still a shortage of gowns across the country. We don't really have a great use of gowns And so we're in a little bit of a better position.
Okay. And then I just also, I like the idea of what you're saying about continuing with telework and being able to work remotely. And I think that'll be important going forward. Obviously, we don't have any kind of effective treatment or vaccine for the virus. It's not going away anytime soon. And the most effective measure we have in dealing with it is maintaining the ability to be able to work remotely, and rather than in crowded office buildings. And so I definitely hope you will continue to emphasize that.
Absolutely.
Okay. Oh, Councilor Melton?
It would help if I unmute. And I don't mean to be controversial with this question, but I'm just curious the rationale behind not requiring public to wear masks when they enter the buildings.
I see the city manager raising his hand, so I'll default to him.
Thank you.
I'm here to help you out, Derek, wherever I can. That's a question that we're going to continually look at. I think a better way to say that is that's where we are today. I'm on a listserv with a lot of other city managers across the country, as well as some of our across with folks in the state. That is right now the number one topic of discussion and the pros and cons of those 2 points. So I think as we go forward, we're going to continue to look at CDC guidelines. We're going to look at best practices. We're going to keep looking at that topic. I'm not trying to not answer your question, but I think where a lot of folks are falling is to start with the strongly encourage, have a person at the door, asking them, offering them a mask, coaching, teaching, encouraging out of the gate, and let's see how that potentially works. Is that effective? Are people complying? We'll see if we get issues with that, and if we can then always move to the required. Some of this is community value. I mean, if that's something that the council believes is something that's really important for us to start on, again, draft June 15th. We're not certain on the date, but if that's where our target is, then we would be happy to hear that feedback. We'll get likely feedback from customers and employees both ways. That's not an easy topic. So right now, we are at strongly encouraged and provide for those that don't have it, but open to increase that standard if needed.
Yeah, that actually answered the question perfectly. I really appreciate that response. I'm glad to hear that you're having those conversations. And, something I think we've talked about a lot is data-driven decisions and being adaptable. And it sounds like that's how we're approaching this subject as well. So I wanted to ask just because I know many folks will be curious, and I appreciate the approach you're taking on that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Derek. Keep up the great work. So I'm going to ask this by show of hands. Break now or break after the tax credit application funding recommendations? We've all been sitting for a while. We're going to be continuing to sit for a while. We have two major presentations here, one on our budget, the other on the bond referendum. What would be the preference? If it's now or after the tax credit? Let's see a show of hands for now. After the tax credit? Okay, cool. We will take a break after the tax credit application, and we will jump into the operating budget.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm seeing lots of grins, so I'm not sure if that's a grin because we're getting ready to do the budget or because there was a dispute on taking a break, but okay. So let's go ahead and start on the budget. I wanted to make a few comments before we hear the presentation. And so if you don't mind, let me do that, and then I will hand it over to Mary Bigu, our Budget Management Services Director. It's my pleasure today to present this operating and capital budget to you for the fiscal year that begins July 1st of 2020, so this upcoming July. Before we talk about the budget details, I wanted to take a moment to talk about some of the challenges and difficulties of putting this together. And I'm sure all of you can certainly appreciate what I'm going to talk about. So budgets are more than just about money. They're about priorities, and they're an indication of where we are as a community. And I think it's fair to say that for all of us, whether it's elected officials or the city staff or the residents in our community, we've all been dealing with an unprecedented crisis in this COVID-19 situation. In my many years of local government experience, I've seen a lot of things that have impacted communities on a large scale, whether that's something man-made, such as the 2008 recession caused by the housing crisis, or natural disaster, a hurricane or a flood or things like that. And even though those are events of a major magnitude, none of them seem to precisely compare to what we're dealing with today. Despite the challenges of COVID-19 and the impacts to our organization and the community, I have never been more proud of our employees than I am today. As I previously stated to you, cities are all about providing service, and those services are provided by people. These are people that are out providing service, or people who are helping those support the people who are providing service. And our employees have risen to meet this challenge in every respect, even when those impacts are profound. And I have to say, in a few cases, I've seen countless examples of creativity, compassion, sacrifice, and resilience. In some cases, the creativity from identifying new ways of doing business will last long after the crisis passes. And you heard one example earlier in this meeting, but there are countless others. Perhaps most importantly, I have seen how our employees deeply care about our residents in the city of Raleigh and have worked really hard to keep providing service in the face of such adversity, making those sacrifices and continuing to provide that work. Now, there are too many employee groups that I could name and I would get in trouble because I would leave somebody out. So I'll just simply say I am proud of all of our employees at the city of Raleigh for the work that they do every day. So as a reminder, and I know it's a repeat, but it's important, I'm going to repeat our goals as a city organization as we've managed through this crisis. We're going to do everything we can to slow the spread of COVID-19. Secondly, we're going to provide great service to our community. And third, we are going to achieve those goals, 1 and 2, by being supportive of each other, working as a team, and treating each other like good neighbors. These are our goals as we've managed through this crisis over an extended period of time. But now we have to move forward. We have to address the financial and economic impact of COVID-19 on our community and our organization. I'm so proud to say that after years of thoughtful budgeting and sound financial planning, we are in a position to weather this crisis and mitigate the impact to our employees. Now, this is no means easy or simple. It takes a tremendous amount of work to adjust quickly to these rapidly economic conditions that seem to change day to day. So this budget that we're putting in front of you holds the line on spending by going into next year, continuing our, for example, non-mission critical hiring freeze. It reduces contracts, it cuts travel, training, supplies, defers capital projects, defers capital maintenance, and overall reduces a tremendous amount of budget flexibility within our departments. So there are impacts to the departments providing service by these budget cuts. But make no mistake, our community continues to grow and put pressure on our service delivery, both now and into the future. However, the city council and city staff, both this group and as well as in the past, before me as well, have worked hard to approve strong financial policies, provide efficient government services, and build proper budget reserves. We will manage through this crisis together, including managing through the economic impacts. So, as one example, we are recommending a general fund budget with a revenue-neutral property tax rate of 35.52 cents. So as a reminder, we are in a revaluation year. This represents a decrease of 8.3 cents over the current property tax rate due to revaluation. So that is a signal of our commitment to managing the budget in this environment. Although we are proud to offer a balanced budget and recommend a revenue-neutral property tax rate, I will ask the mayor and council to consider an alternative proposal for police and fire staffing and equipment with an associated property tax rate increase if you'd wish to consider it. As you may recall, we have spent an enormous amount of time, including most of last year, working with a consultant to look carefully at staffing in the police and fire departments. Those staffing issues have not gone away and perhaps are even more prominent today in the face of our current crisis. We all know public safety is a critical priority for the city. We should consider additional support for our first responders as we contemplate next year's budget. And I know that we can talk a lot about that as we go through the remainder of the budget process. So I'll ask Mary Vigue, our Budget Management Services Director, in a moment to review the highlights of this year's recommended budget. Before she does that, I would like to take a moment to thank everyone in the city who have worked so hard pulling this recommendation together. Our department directors, our office managers, fiscal staff in the departments, groups in finance, human resources, communication, the city manager's office, and of course, our Budget Management Services Department. So from a process perspective, the budget normally takes about 8 months to get the recommendation to you in May. So that means we start around October, sometimes November. This year, we took that 8-month process and we came to you at your February retreat and then turned it around and had to readjust and basically take that 8-month process and do it in about 60 to 90 days. It's a tremendous effort. And I'm so proud of the work that this group did to turn that around in such a short amount of time. We compressed the process, and this group, all of them, top to bottom, did a wonderful job responding to that challenge. So I just want to take a moment and say thank you. Finally, I wanted to take a moment to thank the mayor and council for your leadership through this process. And this, I know, has not been easy for you either. When we presented the 5-year budget projection in February, none of us knew what was going to happen next. You have demonstrated steady and supportive leadership for our staff as we've had to develop this budget in a short amount of time. I really personally appreciate your support in this compressed process. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mary Vigue to provide the details of this budget recommendation, and we look forward to additional conversation as we complete the budget process for this year. So, Mary Vigue.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. I am Mary Vigue from Budget Management Services to present our fiscal year 2021 budget. As the City Manager mentioned, balancing a budget is never easy, but this year was uniquely challenging. The proposed budget reflects our guiding principles that we used as we worked over the past few months to reflect our new normal. We knew that we must present a balanced budget that reflects our new economic conditions. Our priority was to maintain our greatest asset, which are our employees, and we sought to avoid relying solely on deferring our capital maintenance to balance the budget. Through all of this, we must continue to provide great service to our community. In February, we presented our initial budget projections. At that time, we were looking at a $3 to $5 million general fund budget gap. We were working with departments to understand their greatest needs and reviewing our capital improvement program. In March, as we began to understand the economic impact of COVID-19 our organization had to shift focus to understand that impact and work on revising the budget to reflect the new economic trends. Unemployment claims have skyrocketed beginning in mid-March. Nationally, claims increased 1,907% over the past 8 weeks compared to the previous 8 weeks. In North Carolina, Unemployment claims increased nearly 3,700% over the past 8 weeks. The unemployment rate jumped to 14.7%, the highest since this monthly metric began in 1948. The 2008 recession peaked at 10%, and the early 1980s recession peaked at 10.8%. Economists predict that U.S. gross domestic product will be worse for the April to June 2020 time period, but vary in recovery estimates. For quarter two, it is estimated that GDP declined 20 to 30%. Recovery may begin in July or in September, but a full economic recovery may not occur for a year or more. Even if the economy reopens fully, consumers may not want to risk spending in the same way as before, as many are experiencing a decrease in income, and their ability to spend is impacted as well due to shutdowns and changes in supply chains. Understanding the economic impacts, staff worked on revised revenue modeling, which indicated the city had a $25 to $36 million general fund budget gap. We reviewed our operations and sought reductions. There are no supplementals or additions in the proposed budget, and we continually sought to minimize the impact to our residents. The proposed fiscal year 21 total funds budget is about $1 billion, which is a 2.5% decrease over fiscal year 20. The proposed fiscal year 21 general fund budget is $507.4 million, which is 2.2% less than our current year budget. Our fiscal year 21 general fund revenues reflect that 2.2% decrease over current year. Property tax, which makes up 54% of our general fund revenues, had a modest growth of 1.2%. The city went through reevaluation this year, and the proposed budget assumes a revenue-neutral tax rate of 35.52 cents, which is an 8 cents decrease from our current rate. The budget also anticipates a slight reduction in our overall collection rate. Sales tax, which is our most vulnerable general fund revenue, is not anticipated to recover in fiscal year 21. This chart shows sales tax over time and our current year projection and our proposed projection. I wanted to highlight the sales tax growth we anticipate by quarter. The smaller chart depicts the year-over-year growth by quarter that we have estimated. It's important to note that we are not projecting any growth until the fourth quarter next year. And while that seems like a lot of growth, that 23% is based on our current conditions and projections, so it is in line or still below prior normal years of growth. So sales tax, which is 20% of our overall general fund revenues, is decreasing 5.6% compared to current year budget. Other revenues like parks, recreation, and cultural resources are decreasing by 19% or $1.4 million. The proposed budget anticipates a 16% decrease in development services and utilizes $13 million in fund balance. As presented last week, the proposed budget includes no rate increases for Raleigh water or stormwater. The budget does include a $2 increase for solid waste services recycling that was forecast earlier this year with the renegotiation of the recycling contract. The proposed budget also includes increases at the Convention Center and Performing Arts Complex associated with facility rentals. Parking has delayed the second year of their proposed phased increases until fiscal year 22, and transit has not proposed increases as well. The proposed fiscal year 21 budget continues our commitment to employees and recognizes the challenges that we are facing. The proposed budget includes a 2% base pay adjustment for all employees beginning January 2021. Now, this is contingent on our revenues and expenditures performing as expected and meeting our financial targets. We will make this determination prior to December 1st. Also, in accordance with council adopted policy, the living wage is increasing from $32,090 to $34,130. The budget also includes a plan to restructure the general step pay structure by removing the steps to make it an open range. This will align it more closely with the city's other pay structures. All pay range minimums and maximums remain the same, except for pay ranges impacted by adjustments to the living wage. This pay structure change allows us greater flexibility for movement and allows for more efficient system administration and organizational restructuring as well. Health insurance is one of the most expensive costs that the city incurs. This chart shows that over the past 5 years, the city's contribution to health care has grown 26%. Employee and retiree health claims are estimated to increase by 7.8% for fiscal year 21. While some of the cost increase will be passed to employees through premium increases, in the proposed budget, the city is absorbing most of these. We propose increasing the monthly employee and retiree premiums for all plan types. Depending on the plan, increases will range from $0 to $32 per month. We will also be standardizing all the non-compliant rates to $50 per month. Premium increases will take effect on January 1st, 2021. We propose no changes to out-of-pocket maximums, and we will retain the no premium employee-only plan that covers 39% of our employees. There are no proposed premium increases to dental. All regular full-time employees are covered under the North Carolina Local Government Employees Retirement System, otherwise known as ELDRS. Employees contribute 6% of their annual salary on a tax-deferred basis. The ELDRS Board of Trustees voted to increase employer contributions by 1.2% annually through fiscal year 22. For fiscal year 21, contributions increased from 8.95% to 10.15% for regular full-time employees, and from 9.7% to 10.9% for sworn law enforcement employees, totaling $2.8 million. By 2022, the city's contribution will increase to almost 13%. With a significant gap created by the loss of revenue, we had to reprioritize our existing resources and look at reductions throughout our organization. The proposed budget has no new positions created across any fund. The city has implemented a hiring freeze of non-essential personnel and anticipates achieving a salary savings of $3.6 million. All travel and training budgets were reduced by 25%, and the city is canceling the 4th of July fireworks for this summer. Departments across the organization reviewed their budgets and identified strategic reductions in expenses. Our priority was not to reduce full-time employees while minimizing the impact on our vulnerable populations and continually providing great service to our residents. Common reductions across departmental budgets included decrease or deferred professional and contractual services for initiatives requiring consultant work or studies, upgrades to software, and non-essential maintenance activities. Some of our largest reductions were in the areas of transportation, engineering services, parks, recreation, and cultural resources. In transportation, reductions included contracts impacting signals and markings, along with transportation planning and highway mowing and street maintenance. Engineering's reductions included scaling back changes in facilities and focusing mainly on maintaining them. Parks, recreation, and cultural resources reductions include reducing operating hours at Moore Square Visitor Center on Mondays, eliminating the city's tackle football program and redirecting participants to the flag football options, and delaying the addition of 7 new full-time positions associated with expanding service levels associated with the 2014 Parks Bond funded projects until fiscal year 22. In March, as we began to understand the economic implications of COVID-19, staff began to relook at our capital improvement program. Our guiding principle is not to rely solely on deferring our capital maintenance program. Staff reviewed current available funding for areas of savings and reprioritized projects to reflect the economic impacts on the general fund. Our fiscal year 21 CIP is $469.5 million. As part of fiscal year 21, we were able to reduce the general fund transfer to capital and to debt service while still implementing much needed capital projects. The fiscal year 21 CIP continues Council's commitment to housing. Based on Council's priorities and community needs, the CIP for fiscal year 21 includes $8.2 million for affordable housing, with $5.3 million of that available for future projects. The CIP continues investment from the 2017 transportation bond, including major catalytic and street improvements. The bond program is currently experiencing cost overruns and increased costs associated with right-of-way acquisition. And while the impact from our current economic condition on the construction market is not yet clear, staff recommends moving forward with closing anticipated funding gaps. This CIP reflects these shifts by delaying Leesville Road, Part B, and the Peace Street Streetscape project until a future bond program. The CIP also proposes utilizing grant funding for Old Wake Forest Road. In February 2020, City Council authorized the use of $4.9 million in two-thirds bonds for street improvements. In order to balance the budget and reduce the general fund transfer to capital, the proposed CIP programs these funds between street resurfacing, bike improvements, and sidewalk improvements, which equate to $7.2 million in savings for the general fund. While there is additional funding for the sidewalk petition program, including the last year of available bond funding for existing projects, staff is recommending the suspension of any new applications for the petition sidewalk program while we review it and bring council a revised program back later this year. In addition to general fund support, the CIP is funded through debt service. Each year, the general fund transfers approximately $71.1 million to pay for principal and interest on debt. The proposed CIP extends the design and delays construction of the civic campus and reprioritizes debt for fire station rehabilitation and replacement. Through these actions, the transfer to debt service can be reduced by $3 million to a total of $68.1 million. The proposed CIP also reprioritizes $2.1 million in existing maintenance funding for continued major facility needs. Recognizing the Council's commitment to economic development, the CIP continues funding for our economic development initiatives. While fiscal year 20 was the last appropriation of the remaining 2014 Parks Bond, staff will continue the implementation of these projects in fiscal year 21. The CIP also includes additional funding for Chavis Park and Poulin Art Center. Staff continues to work on the Greenway master planning process, which will help the city understand future investment needs. In summary, this chart reflects the proposed CIP changes in each of our elements. Through these changes, the general fund transfer to capital for fiscal year 21 has been reduced by $13.7 million. And through the delay of several projects, the general fund transfer to debt service was reduced by $3 million. During fiscal year 21, staff will review these reductions and work on revising the overall CIP as we begin to understand the overall economic impact on our community. Included in the proposed budget are the fiscal year 21 recommendations for art, human services, community enhancement, and other outside agency grants, along with the proposed tax rates for our municipal service districts. The City of Raleigh provides grant funding to nonprofit agencies through 4 primary grant categories: art, human services, community enhancement, and other outside agencies. The city requires all outside agencies seeking financial support to apply only in these 4 categories. Per council policy, nonprofit agencies can be awarded funding in only 2 grant categories. General eligibility requirements must be met before a nonprofit can be considered for funding. Additional information on grant awards can be found in the council agenda packet and within the proposed budget, including the specific recommendations for each category. The proposed budget includes no reductions to the categories of art, community enhancement, or human services. Regarding the other outside agency grant category, which if we recall, we revised several years ago to fund only capital requests, we had only 2 applications in for fiscal year 21. However, due to budgetary constraints, it is proposed to reduce that funding so that we only fund previously committed capital campaigns, and this is a reduction of $321,000. The City of Raleigh has established 2 municipal service districts, the Downtown Business District and the Hillsborough Street District. For fiscal year 21, the revenue neutral rate for the downtown MSD is 4.4 cents per 100 of assessed property value. And for the Hillsborough Street MSD, the proposed revenue neutral rate is 9.65 cents. The current contracts associated with the MSDs will expire at the end of June. The city recently went through an extensive request for proposal process in order to comply with state legislation. Through this process, Downtown Raleigh Alliance and Hillsborough Street Community Service Corporation were selected to provide services from fiscal year 21 through fiscal year 25. The scope of services to be delivered in both MSDs include addressing a clean and safe environment, economic development, targeted visitor and marketing communications, and community stakeholder engagement and conflict resolution for resident and property owners within the MSD. There are several other follow-up items that are included or discussed in the proposed budget. The first is the creation of the Office of Equity and Inclusion. It reprioritizes positions from our Housing and Neighborhoods Department to the newly created office, which will support human relations, civil rights, MWBE, community health, and equity and inclusion services. The office will reallocate 9 positions and will report directly to the city manager's office. In preparation for the fiscal year 21 budget development, staff worked with the police and fire departments to complete staffing studies based on benchmarks that indicated we were behind our peers. As reported to Council in February, there are great needs in both departments in the areas of staffing, training, and operational support. Pre-COVID-19, staff was working on a proposal that would have been supported through a 0.69 cents tax rate increase to provide funding for those identified needs. Given the change in our economy, the proposed budget does not include this proposal, but we have provided the proposal in the budget document for information and for future budget consideration. The next 2 slides were shared with Council in February as part of our presentation on public safety staffing needs. As the chart here indicates, as Raleigh's population grew by 9.6% from 2014 to 2020, the police department only grew by 1.2%, or 11 positions, which is the 3rd lowest growth of our peers. This one tells a similar story for the fire department. As the chart here indicates, as again, our population grew by 9.6%, the fire department only grew by 2.3%, or 14 positions, the third lowest growth of our peers. Working with the police department after the completion of the staffing study, police identified the need for 23 sworn and 5 non-sworn personnel to support the creation of several specialized units, including transit, parks and greenways, and mental health and homelessness. The proposal provides additional support for training, animal control, and the Family Violence Intervention Unit. The fire department identified the need for 20 additional staff. This staff would provide resources for the fire marshal and for fire training. Fire also identified the need for an additional ladder company to support the continued growth in our community. As we look to the future and to fiscal year 21, we will continue to reimagine our service delivery model as we seek to understand the impact of COVID-19. Staff will continue to provide council updates on these changes as we review workspace needs, telecommuting, and overall service delivery. During fiscal year 21, staff will bring back a proposal on the changes associated with the petition sidewalk program. Also in the coming months, staff will develop a plan for changes to our yardways program, including the rollout of shifting to brown carts. The City Council will hold a work session each Monday in June, starting June 1st at 4 p.m. These weekly work sessions continue until the City Council adopts an annual operating budget and 5-year capital program. A public hearing will be held on the budget on Tuesday, June 2nd at 7 p.m. We appreciate City Council's support throughout the budget process, and we look forward to working with you on these important policy decisions. I'd also like to extend my thanks to my staff in Budget and Management Services, along with all the departments that work on developing the annual budget and CIP. Thank you.
Wow, Mary, that I have to commend you and your staff for the work you've done in a short period of time to move us forward. I know that was a lot to absorb. Does anybody, I have a question about the police and fire. Actually, I have two. What does that translate to in terms of a tax increase? It's 5.2 million. What is the tax increase, and what would the tax increase be for an average or median priced home?
So the proposal would is equated to a 0.69 cent tax rate increase. On the median home in Raleigh, that equates to about $17 per year. And that's on a median house that is valued at about $255,000.
Wait a minute, so that's $17 a year total?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Who else has questions? Councilor Branch.
I kind of have a couple of statements for us to consider as a council as we go forward. First of all, thank you, Mary and staff and city manager, for the budget that was presented. Closing a gap that large in the way you did it without, any major increases is commendable. So I definitely say thank you. As we move forward, though, I hope that especially our housing department will continue to look at ways to work with the county as we deal with COVID-19 and some of the health issues, and how we can look at housing in these projects that come to us. I know the county had a very lengthy conversation yesterday as far as looking at COVID impact in our communities. And that's something that I think I look forward to us as a city and working with them as they are the lead agency for any health issue in Wayne County. As we move there and we talk about health, the community has talked greatly about mental health and the need. And I believe in our public safety with officers, that's a component of the presentation. I'll continue to look at more information. It just came out, just received it, but I did a quick glance and I gleaned that. So I definitely want to say thank you for that focus on the public health and mental health, and let the community know we're listening. And I just ask that everyone, please look at the entire budget, as we prepare for our public hearing on June the 2nd. Parks and Rec, one thing I want to mention, because I was contacted around tackle football. Let's just make sure we're clear on our messaging there. There's a lot of discipline that helps and comes with organized sports. So we also have to look at overall safety. So as we go from tackle to flag, at least for this year, going forward, we need to just make sure that we don't lose a major component that helps bridge and bring our community together, as this, from what I've been informed, been around for over 50 years. Again, thank you all, and I'm very eager to look at our Office of Equity and Inclusion. I think that sends a clear message to our overall community that we're being deliberate and making sure that all citizens and residents have a means and ways to be clear. It hasn't been easy. It hasn't been clean, but we're making steps that have not been made before as in creation of this office. So I definitely want to, as a council, as we move forward, I wanted to highlight those things, thank the staff, and I look forward to hearing from the community as well as working with fellow council members.
To follow up on something that Councilor Branch has mentioned, Ruffin, have we had any conversations with the county about the potential for the COVID CARE Act funds that they've received to help offset some of the cost of the $5.2 million for improved public safety? When I look at this, you can see areas that actually are related to COVID. Transit, I mean, just a total change in transit, our approach to that. Parks and greenways, heavily utilized, greater need. Domestic violence, we're seeing an increase in domestic violence reports. We're also, if nothing else, this whole thing has really brought before my eyes the need that we have to do a better job working for our homeless community and dealing with mental health issues. I think this part of the piece is critical, and that is something that we do already work with the county on. Can you follow up with the county manager to see if that might be a potential source for funding, or at least decreasing some of the cost?
Yes, Mayor, we'll be happy to do that. We have, staff has been working with the county and submitting potential ideas for eligible expenses, and we can certainly do that. What I would also suggest, and they just presented an update to their commissioners yesterday afternoon, so what we might want to do is circulate their presentation to the council if you didn't have a chance to see it. And some of those elements are alluded in there in a general way, but I do think advocacy from various levels would be also very helpful. So I will definitely follow up with the manager on the public safety and the associated elements in public safety of social impact that you mentioned. But any other conversations and advocacy would be helpful as well.
I have spoken with Commissioner Ford, and he is very supportive of these initiatives and working with us to ensure that some of our costs are covered, that we continue to partner and collaborate, especially in the issues of, say, homelessness, housing affordability, workforce development, food insecurity. I mean, it has been very welcome, his empathy, and also his willingness and desire to work with all the Wake County mayors. So I want to commend him for that. And if we could check out this one issue, I think that could be really helpful. And I see Councilor Melton has his hand up.
Yeah, to piggyback on the question about public safety, just to confirm, the proposed 2% base pay adjustment for all employees, does that include the police and fire departments?
Yes.
Yes.
So that would be covered in this proposed budget. This separate issue we're looking at then would be the proposal for the increase in positions in those two departments.
Yes.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. I just want to remind everybody who's watching, the media, the public, that we will have our first work session on the budget June 1st. We will also have a public hearing on the budget June 2nd. I would like to ask the public for feedback on the public safety issue. This would include a tax increase, as we heard, for the average or median priced home, $17 a year. But the value we would get for that $17 a year is pretty unbelievable. It would also help us improve our police efforts and response, and quite frankly, reduce pressure on our police and fire departments. Right now, they have been working harder than ever. I think that this is well worth considering, especially for the dollar amount that we're looking at. But I do want to encourage the public to sign up for June 2nd for the public hearing on the budget and let us know what they're thinking. So with that, we will move on to the next item.
Yeah.
Yes, Ruffin.
So if I could, Mayor and Council, let me finish up the manager's report with two quick things, and then I believe you've indicated a break. So
the tax credit application funding recommendations are next. We're going to jump to that, but do you have something additional?
I just wanted to follow up on the timing with the budget work session and the public hearing, just to do real quickly a quick review of your upcoming calendar for the purposes of the public. So as you may recall, I just wanted to flag for a moment that you have a lot going on your June schedule. So I emailed you today just a reminder of your existing calendar. And what I would suggest is that the council go ahead and get comfortable with your June meetings being virtual meetings like this through June, and that you continue to reconsider, but no sooner than the July 7th meeting. So you've got your Monday budget work session on June the 1st, then you've got your council meetings on June the 2nd, including the public hearing at 7, another budget work session on Monday the 8th, Tuesday, June 9th at 4 is your regular work session, and June 16th. What I would suggest is that we cancel the 11:30 work session and just do your 1 o'clock meeting. I'll just keep it simple for meeting flow. We'll add any topics we need to the meeting. And then Monday, the 22nd or 29th, additional budget work sessions if you still need them. Then you have your Tuesday, July 7th meetings at 1 and 7, and then Tuesday, August 18th at 11:30 and 1. So what I'm suggesting is just a calendar check-in, that we keep the meetings virtual through June, and that you can reconsider additional potential changes to that no sooner than July 7th council meetings. And frankly, that just allows us to plan for that and communicate when people ask us. And so I don't know that that takes a vote or anything, Mayor, but I just kind of wanted to double check that that was okay.
Well, I would have one additional suggestion for that. I think we need to hold committee meetings at the end of June. I don't know what the phasing rules will say at that time. That will be the last week in June, where most committee meetings are scheduled. I would say let's plan on those meetings. Let's notice the meetings as we get closer. Let's make a decision whether they're virtual or in chambers, depending on what the phasing looks like, what the issues look like. My big fear is if we don't continue or just start these committee meetings, we've already gone to, like, if we have to wait till July, well, then we have a break there, as you had mentioned at the beginning of August. We have some important work to do with our committee assignments. So let's get started in June, and we'll see if they're virtual or in person, and we'll go from there. Is everybody cool with that? Thumbs up? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So then, Mayor,
If you could add that.
yeah, thank you for that. And we'll start the planning for that work. And so giving us that indication gives us time to prepare. So thank you for that direction.
Thank you. Councillor Cox?
I was just wondering if we have a website set up where the public can comment on the budget.
I think we would take those comments through the normal part of the June 2nd public hearing. So you can go through that portal and get those your written comments submitted through that. I'll have to double check with Mary to see if we have a separate piece. I'm not sure that we do, but I can follow up with you on that.
Okay, whatever we have available, yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay, great.
I think it would be easier for the clerk to manage the comments as they come in if we use the protocol that we have been using. That way we have a central place, and we also will be able to tell the day of the public hearing where we are, whatnot. So if Gail could continue to manage that and keep us informed.
Okay.
We'll
Could you let us know what that process is?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
let me look and figure out specifically how to do that, and then we'll send you a note.
Okay.
Great. And so the last item then, Mayor and Council, for the manager's report, as we continue to make, the council continues to show support, the organization continues to work on affordable housing, our existing program with using investments for affordable housing moves forward. And so today, again, another illustration of the use of the low-income housing tax credits, 372 units, to steal Mr. Jarvis's thunder, coming through, and again, another illustration of commitment by the city to help get these units moving forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to Larry Jarvis, our Housing and Neighborhoods Director, to provide an update and ask for your support.
I'm ready to make a motion to approve. I'll make it simple. Do I have a second? I have about 5 seconds. So Councillor Buffkin, wait a minute. No, I think Councillor Branch was first.
Also, I want to second it, but I do want to make one brief of these 4 projects, District C has the pleasure of having half of them, 2 of them. I want to thank District D and District B for having some projects, and I look forward to Districts A and E working to have more affordable housing projects that are tax credits within their district. So I definitely look forward to that as we move forward.
Okay, with that said, there's a motion by me, second by Councillor Branch. All in favor? Opposed? The vote was unanimous, Clerk. Okay, with that, I'm going to ask everybody to kind of mute and also turn. We'll be back. What?
Mayor,
I think you muted too
I
soon.
couldn't hear you.
Oh, well, I unmuted. Okay. We are going to take a 5-minute break, and we will be back. Everybody gets a stretch in. And Beth, if when we're ready to go, we'll do a countdown again. But let's figure 5 minutes, okay?
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for allowing us that much needed break. We are now going to hear on the report and recommendation of the Housing Affordability Bond Advisory Committee. I'm really excited to hear what you've come up with and what your recommendations will be.
So I'm back again.
Thank you, Larry.
So I just wanted to
We'll let you talk this time, Larry, okay?
very briefly. So I did want to cover some background information before turning the presentation over to the co-chairs, Yvette Holmes and Paul Kane. So again, just kind of the agenda for today is looking at the background, the process, the engagement, the survey, and the recommendations of the committee. To remind everyone, the committee makeup was 24 individuals. There's a broad range of organizations and constituencies represented. We had the nonprofit, private sector, we had community members, faith-based community was represented. Looking at the timeline, February 28th was the first meeting of the bond committee. That it was in March, where COVID-19 impacted our ability to have in-person meetings, and we transitioned to conference calls and then later to Zoom meetings, all the way up to May 8th, when the committee finalized the bond amounts and elements and percentages, and then through today for the committee to report out their recommendations. So I wanted to bring your attention back to this particular chart because this kind of represents the point at which the baton was passed to the committee to get their input. And what they were asked to consider were the alternate amounts of $50 million and $75 million as a bond amount, or perhaps some other amount. Also to look at the proposed buckets and to provide feedback as to whether or not those were the appropriate buckets, whether something needed to be added or changed, and the allocation of the funding among buckets. So again, that was primarily the charge to the committee. I'm going to turn now to the co-chairs to tell you about the work they accomplished.
Good afternoon. Try to adjust my mic while also practicing social distancing with this mic. Want it to be, is that good? All right. I can't see you right now, but Mayor and council members, thank you for this opportunity to share more about our work as the Affordable Housing Bond Advisory Committee. As one of the co-chairs, along with Paul Kane, it has been really a unique opportunity and a pleasure to serve in this capacity. Would like to just take a quick moment to thank the city staff, the various departments that supported us during this effort, housing and neighborhoods, planning, planning department, and communications. And we could not have done it without them, quite frank about it. And, you know, first, we can't leave out, should I say, last but not least, the 24 members of the Affordable Housing Bond Advisory Committee that was an intricate part of this process. They committed their time over these last couple of months, at least once a week, every Friday at 11:30 meeting, and we could not have asked for a better team. And so you have the final report and recommendations in your packet, but we wanted to maybe touch on some of the highlights of the process. It's probably important for the benefit of the community that we recite and state the mission statement. When we got together as a group of 24, we needed a guidepost. We needed to make sure that we were meeting the objective of the group. And so we agreed to this mission statement that you see before you. And so the charge that was given to the Raleigh Affordable Housing Bond Advisory Committee is and was to provide input and guidance to the City of Raleigh in the development of a bond package designed to better address the housing needs of Raleigh's low and moderate income residents. The committee had 14 meetings in total. When we started this process, our intent really was to hold in-person meetings, and we could not have anticipated that a COVID-19 was awaiting us in the not too far distance. And so we had to change our approach and think of other ways in which to engage the community around this very important issue and housing crisis. We had conference calls, and I'm sure we're all familiar with that. We had Zoom meetings. We had posted our meeting times and made sure the community and public was aware. We also created an opportunity for the community at large to at least observe the meetings without giving input. But when we were having our in-person, and we at least had a couple or 2 or 3 in-person meetings at the Walnut Creek Wetland Center, we had a good number of people who showed up as observers. And even during our calls, we had people who called in and listened in on the conversation and dialogue that we had as a committee. We felt like it was such a large effort that we needed to create subcommittees. We weren't thinking we were going to do subcommittees, but we ultimately decided on subcommittees: an outreach subcommittee, a communications subcommittee, and we also had an event subcommittee when we thought we were going to do in-person meetings. So we folded that subcommittee and rolled it into the other 2. Feel very confident that the process was inclusive. Feel very confident that though it wasn't a perfect process, that it did represent a breadth and depth of input and thought around serving the need and meeting the need of affordable housing. It's probably good to note that over half of the members of the 24 represent organizations that serve low to moderate income individuals. And so I wanted to put that on record. When we talk about lived experience, we can't say who's had a lived experience and who's not, but we feel very confident that those who would be most impacted by our work, we felt that their interest indeed was represented in this process. So we had, during our conversations that we had, and I was really thankful for the diversity of thought, the committee ultimately and very quickly decided that in addition to obviously addressing the need of affordable housing and learning more in history about affordable housing, actually history and the background and how affordable housing is paid for and how do you get there. It's a lot to take in, and the committee was really committed to making sure they educated themselves, and the city staff provided us with information that we requested. Also had to better understand what a bond could and could not pay for. There are things that we recommended were not bond eligible, and you hear more about that in a few moments. But there was just spending some time to have a better understanding and perspective about this work, which is really complex. Then we got down to who it is that we think the bond should serve and benefit, and it became evident very quickly that not just affordable housing, generally speaking, but within that, to focus our effort on, deeper income targeting, focusing on the 30% and below household, AMI households. And we also made a distinction even within that, understanding that there are individuals in our community at the 30% AMI and below who are recipients and take advantage of the choice vouchers and that are issued by our local housing authorities. But there are also a good number of households who are at the 30% AMI and below who don't have a voucher. And so those individuals are probably in greater straits because they don't have ways in which they can afford quality, safe, affordable housing in our community. So it's really, that became the impetus in the conversation, and you'll hear more about that in our recommendations as well. And then we talked about in our process, how we would make our outreach and in-reach into the community and make sure that we had good participation in that we could no longer kind of do our engagement in person, that we wanted to make sure that we were being transparent in our process and had opportunity to talk to the community. And so when we decided on doing a survey, an e-survey, we understand that there's a digital divide. We understand that not everyone has access to technology, but we really worked extremely hard to get this information out through our various networks. And so some of our engagement strategies included obviously having a landing page on the City of Raleigh website, posting our meeting dates and, again, inviting people to come in, having small group presentations.
Yvette, and Mayor, I'm sorry, it's kind of hard to hear you. You're going in and out a little bit. I'm not sure if you might want to try and adjust the microphone a little bit.
Thank you.
If I'm the only one.
No, I'm having a difficult time hearing as well. Thank you for bringing that up.
Okay. She took the cover off the mic. Is that better?
You're much louder, yes.
Yes.
That's helpful to me.
Oh, okay. So I won't repeat, but you have the presentation in front of you and certainly can go back. But I will pick up and say where we, on the engagement strategies and how we engage the community around the work that we were doing is obviously the website and ways in which you see listed there. But also to make ourselves available to groups and individuals who wanted to have conversations about the affordable housing bond and offer their input. We had, virtual meetings. We set up conversations and times where we could make ourselves available, and hopefully people felt like it was an open enough process where they can contact us and we can have those conversations and hear their thoughts around this. And not to mention that our group was so well represented that many of our members were also representing and having meetings with their organizations and getting feedback from the organizations that they represented, and then feeding that back and looping that back into our conversations as well. And so the distribution of the survey is, again, we thought, wow, we're going to do an electronic survey, and, had no really expectations of how many people would respond. And we were pleasantly surprised to get over 4,800 survey participants and, engaged in this process. We did present the survey both in English and Spanish. We distributed the survey electronically via our own personal networks and the advisory committee's network. The Go Delivery and listserv that the City of Raleigh manages, social media, did placement ads, and the different publications listed there. We did talk about whether or not we could insert the notice in the water bill and also create a printed survey. Given the timeline, because we launched the survey on the 14th of April and closed it out on the 5th, on May 3rd, we did not have enough time to insert it in the water bill and give people time to respond to it. So we opted not to go with that option. But in the printed survey, once printed, would have been about 5 pages. And then, so we felt like that was not going to be the most economical and efficient way to get the word out. But we did have a way in which people could call in. So if they didn't have access to technology, they saw the advertisement for the survey that they could at least call in. We got fewer than 10 call-in responses. And to the Spanish survey, we had 37 responses. Kind of jumped ahead of myself a little bit on there. Over 4,800 participants, individuals participated in the survey. But I think ultimately what you will know, and there's, the detail in the back of in your packets, and I hope you take time to read that and look at some of the comments and the like. But generally speaking, there was strong support and broad range of, for the programs that we presented as it relates to the buckets. And that all of the amounts that we included in the survey, the 50, the 75, and we added $100 million option just to kind of see where the community was about supporting a bond at that level. And we were pleasantly surprised to see that we got favorable response for all 3 levels. And the representation of who responded was, demographically and geographically represented. And there was also in the survey summary where you can kind of zoom in on the map and see where and who responded by zip code. And I think if I recall correctly, we got the greatest number of responses from the 27610 area code. So that was good. And so I'm going to turn over to Paul now, and he'll pick up the presentation from here.
Thank you, Yvette. So now we're ready to roll out the bond package. And so what we ended up with was a recommended $80 million package. As the slide that you saw earlier showed, that kind of we started as a starting point for thought, 50 million potential, 75 million potential. As Yvette mentioned, we added into the survey to see what the public's temperature would be on 100 million. And because there was such a broad support across the board, we felt like we could cheat it a little bit and go above the 75 million recommended. We wanted it to be a little bit closer to that moonshot that the mayor wants. I call it a mini moonshot, if you will. So we were also viewing it in terms of what would this bond package mean on a person's property tax bill. And in the earlier slide, one that's in your package with the earlier recommended amounts, you were looking anywhere from $15 to $17 a year on a $50 million package, and $20 to $24 on a 75. And we, as a committee, agreed that $25 a year was kind of a good benchmark, a good threshold, basically a little more than $2 a month. And we felt like that would get a good broad support across the community. So our final recommended package is an $80 million package, and we kept the same 5 buckets that were originally recommended, including transit-oriented site acquisition, public-private partnerships, low-income housing tax credit gap financing, owner-occupied home rehabilitation, and down payment assistance. We discussed whether we wanted to change those buckets, and we decided we liked what we had there. And in addition to being guided by public input, we had to consider, what's the best bang for the buck, what would the citizens vote for, and how much could actually be spent. One of the things we learned was that it is possible to have a bond that and we changed some of the recommended allocations originally, and that was mostly so that we could really do some better income targeting. From day one, it was apparent that if you'll advance to the next slide real quick, it was apparent from the committee that there was a strong belief that we needed to pay more attention to the Raleigh citizens at 30% of the area median income and below. Certainly 50% below, but if we could, even 30% below. And just for kind of benchmarking, the numbers we were provided shows that area median income for a family of 4 in Raleigh was $92,700. But at 30%, that's $27,800. And for a family of 4, that's really tough. And we got to see in some of our the history of housing, affordable housing efforts in the past. 30% certainly has not been ignored, but there was just a strong desire among the committee members that we increase that. And so, if you'll back up a slide now, what we ended up doing was trying to put more of the allocations into the public-private partnerships and the low-income housing tax credit gap financing. I'm just going to call it LIHTC gap financing, because we felt that those were the 2 buckets, so to speak, that could give the most flexibility to serve the lower-income citizens of Raleigh. With regard to the gap financing, the reason that's true is because when you have a lower-income focused project, it's harder to get conventional financing. And so even though there is a federal low-income housing tax credit, it still limits your ability to get conventional financing, and it creates this gap. And so we wanted to provide a better bucket of that gap financing so that we could dig a little deeper into the lower income segment of the community. The public-private partnerships is kind of the one part of the equation that gives the city the most flexibility with the bond money, and really asking the private development community to come forward with ideas and RFPs, and having a deep pool of money to draw from for that will really enable the city to do some creative things and to really help the affordable housing situation in Raleigh
So we were really excited about bolstering that one. Now, of course, what ends up happening is anytime you move allocations from one to the other, you say, well, gosh, we've left the other ones a little shy. And, you know, at the end of the day, there's no such thing as a perfect bond. And we also learned in our discussions that one bond cannot solve all the problems. If you'll advance again. And that's why the committee recognized that the additional city subsidies are going to be required to accomplish so much of what needs to be done, specifically with regard to getting to the 50%, even specifically the 30% AMI population. There's more need than one bond can possibly accomplish. This slide, we asked that this slide be in here because we wanted to make sure that the council understood that the committee's desire to make sure that we reach the lower segment of the population, that we give it a better emphasis than in the past. So if you'll advance again, please. So this is our final slide on this. In recognition that a bond cannot do everything, there were a few things that we wanted to bring forward that were discussed in our meetings that we wanted to make sure the city was considering to continue in going forward, things that we thought could help with the affordability issue, but not necessarily be addressed by a bond. For example, if the city could allow for expedited review of affordable housing projects, perhaps often offer fee rebates or reimbursements. One of the members of our committee had heard from a community that had what he called concierge service for affordable housing projects, where they got the singular attention of individual members on staff and could really help grease the skids, so to speak, in getting the project through. Other considerations were density bonuses and parking reductions for projects involving the affordable housing. And also looking at non-traditional housing types, including micro units. I know that the City Council has already looked at options for like ADUs and even tiny homes. And in terms of ADUs, there's looking at options for financing for ADUs, maybe property tax relief on affordable housing. There's a number of things that can be done. We just wanted to make sure these ideas were brought forward to you, even though we recognized they were not bond eligible. So I have the privilege of closing out, and I just want to reiterate what Yvette said, and that is that this committee was an outstanding committee. When we started, it was a diverse group of individuals, and I wasn't sure how well we'd do in terms of getting along and agreeing with each other and keeping the ball moving forward. And this committee, with all the divergent voices, really saw the target before us. We recognized the importance of affordable housing, and it was an absolute joy to work with this committee, and we're pleased to present these recommendations to you today. I guess with that, we will open ourselves up to any questions.
Okay, Councilor Branch?
Yes, first of all, thank you and the committee for your work under these conditions. I think you did a lot to try to reach out and bring people to the table for conversation as we move forward. I do have one question because I want to make sure I wrote it down. It was under your items to consider. You mentioned property tax. Was it property tax credit? What was the statement that was made as far as property taxes?
On some of the non-bond eligible things?
Correct.
Is that what you're talking about? Property tax relief, it was just kind of a general concept. I don't have specific amounts or recommendations, but it was just kind of for people that live in the affordable housing situation, maybe try to provide a property tax relief scenario for them.
Okay. So in hearing that on something separate from this, if we could just ask staff to look into what options are available there, if any, from a legal standpoint and a practical standpoint, that would be helpful. But I just want to thank you all for your work as we move forward. And I look forward to us moving forward with more discussion on this body.
To your point, Councilor Branch, one thing that I think we need to do is pull, and this hasn't been done yet, we need to pull together representatives from the development community. Paul and his team has started that process. with recommendations, but I know there's more we can do. I will tell you, density bonuses have not worked anywhere that I've ever heard of, because oftentimes, unless it's from 1 to 3 stories, if once you go beyond building stick and go to concrete, the prices increase dramatically. So if you're looking to go from 3 to 5, it's not a solution. So there are some places where that might work. But I would like to convene a group that could build on this, and we get more feedback. And but I was saving that for beyond this. So, Councilor Melton.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I want to thank the committee for their attention to the need of our residents at and below 30% AMI, because I think that is our most vulnerable population. And I appreciate that that was given a lot of attention. I also read through the meeting minutes, and I will say that this committee had to operate under unforeseen, difficult, terrible circumstances. And the attention that was given in ensuring that they were getting this information to as many members of the public as possible, I think should be commended as well. I read in the meeting minutes the attention that was given to figuring out how to pivot from being able to host in-person meetings, analyzing at every meeting the data that was coming in from the survey, what demographics were missing, age and race and socioeconomic class, and finding a way to make sure to put the survey in front of people, as many people as possible. I think that that was incredible, and I don't know how the committee was able to do it. So many of you trying to work together for the first time under these circumstances, and I think that will go a long way, hopefully, in building public trust and buy-in for the bond. So I want to thank you very much, and to everyone watching or listening, and even my fellow council members, if you haven't read the minutes yet, they're included in the agenda material, and they really do give a great window into the process that this committee used. And process, I understand, is very important, and I was very impressed with it, and so thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councilor Knight.
Yes, I also want to laud your efforts, and I really appreciate the work that this committee did, made up of a diverse group of folks, and reached out to a diverse, the diverse segments of our community, and I think you saw the response that you got, and so that gives me hope that we can get this across the finish line. There obviously is the concern of raising any taxes during in the next year as we come out of this crisis that we're in. But I think the diverse response, the level of response by our residents, I think will help us get there. As a lot of folks have said already, that there's going to be greater need for what this bond package will deliver, and I'm excited about it. I'm excited about the different pieces of the bond package, and I think you really were thoughtful about how you put it together. I like the final number that you came to, so I'm supportive of this effort, and it's going to take a lot of work, but I think it is something that the city's ready for, and I think we should move forward on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Stewart, then Councilor Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Kane. Thank you, Mrs. Holmes. I want to make sure we highlight the fact that we are likely on an eviction epidemic forthcoming on the hindsight of COVID. And so while I know there's not a way we can directly support renters through a bond, I am curious what the committee's conversation was specifically around the down payment assistance program and why y'all are advocating for that to be included in the package.
That was one of the original buckets that was presented to us, and I think there was a strong consensus among the group that the down payment assistance is really important in terms of helping people get into a home ownership position. And a home ownership position is one of those key things that can propel a person into a more affluent state of life. And so it's more than just providing for a temporary place to live, but helping those who are ready to make that next step into a more permanent place to live. Obviously, it didn't get as much of a lion's share of the allocation, but it was still important nonetheless.
Thank you. Mayor, I just wanted to flag, we've had this conversation before, and I think there's room for a yes and here, but I do wonder what our role as a government should be in helping folks build wealth when we have a desperate need to house people. So just want to flag that conversation. Thank you.
I don't see it as an either or. I see it as an and. And I think that there are things that we can do from an eviction standpoint, like working with the county. You know, we cannot use bond money for evictions. However, we do have the 1 cent tax. And perhaps the conversation is we use some of that 1 cent tax to support, say, a program like Wake Prevents. No need to reinvent the wheel, or other programs that are focused on evictions and eviction prevention, I should say. But I think it needs to be both. And, you know, I know that we have videos that have been shown from people who have bought their first home who never thought they would be able to buy one. And that is, especially single moms and whatnot, it's one of those experiences that they never thought they would have. It's heartwarming. I mean, I think we need to look at doing all of the above. So, but that is one way that we could handle the eviction concerns that you have. I share those, Councilor Stewart. Councilor Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to add a word of appreciation and congratulations to the bond committee for outstanding work. I believe the $80 million number is reflective of the needs of the community and what we can afford. I also think there's some more room for work on how we use this money. Some of that was already spoken to today, and I look forward to those conversations. I do want to highlight a few thoughts. Some of this the co-chairs of the committee already covered in their presentation. I agree that we should be honest and transparent in acknowledging that this bond won't fix all of our community's housing problems. But I do think it's a very important part of a long-term plan and an indefinite commitment to support people who are struggling to find a safe, decent, affordable place to live. Secondly, I think the land acquisition part of the bond proposal is very important, particularly around transit-oriented development. And I'm excited to see that included in the plan as a way that we can support successful implementation of the Wake Transit Plan in our bus rapid transit. Third, I fully support the use of public-private partnerships. These partnerships build units for a diverse mix of income levels. It provides support for virtually every income group that's experiencing difficulty in the housing crisis. And related to that, I really like the use of the tax credit programs. It's got low administrative costs. We've done a lot of them. We know how it works. And it leverages the public funding that we would provide by somewhere between 4 and 7 times. And it's a really great way to make our money go further. Fourth, and the mayor and Councilor Stewart were speaking to this to an extent, we can use bond funding and our 1 penny in smart ways in combination with our federal programs, with our county partners, our nonprofit partnerships, and provide that targeted help for people, especially in that 30% AMI area. Finally, I'd just offer, again, and I know we're all thinking a lot about this, bond funding by itself isn't enough. I hope that the council will continue to pursue the regulation and land use regulation reform, modernize our zoning laws, make it easier to build housing. This, again, it helps everybody at every income level. So thank you again to the co-chairs, all the members of the committee. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for considering these comments.
Anyone else? Councilor Martin?
Thank you. And thank you to the chairs. I echo that I would not want to be in your shoes or the members of the committee during this time. I feel like we gave you a sharp charge and agenda, and then the rug was very promptly ripped out from underneath of you about how to go about doing that when the pandemic happened. And so I want to honor the way in which you all went about this, especially given the timeline that this works on. I want to highlight a few things as well. The number of close to 5,000 responses on the survey, I think is a start, but is nowhere near representative of what we need as a council. But the reason I say it's a start is because you all are just helping us start this effort as a council. And so what we do is we use the next, the summer and the fall to continue to collect responses and to engage with the community. And so I know that there will be people that say that number isn't reflective. And so I hear that, but I think that you all were working with the best that you had at the time. And I commend you for what you did bring forward. I second Councillor Stewart's concerns around down payment assistance. I think that there are various conversations happening around whether or not, home ownership is actually building wealth in the communities in which we seek to do it, or whether or not it's continuing to burden them and leave them with no wealth. So I think it's a worthy conversation and one that we can bring in experts on the topic and learn. And the last piece that I really want to hit on that I agree with Councillor Buffkin on is I believe, and I've talked with all of you, I think we're all in agreement on this one, but land banking is critical at this time, and there's only so much land left in the city that is open and available, and that we can actually land bank, especially along our transit corridors. And so as we look over the next few years about the programmatic placement of various developments and where we want our people to grow and thrive and how we want to build connected networks for our communities, I would really hope that we think strategically about that land banking opportunity. Last, I have reservations about the effectiveness of LIHTC properties. The first is that they, after 30 years, they're no longer affordable. You can apply to have them maintain affordability. And there are a number of reports out, which I'm happy to share with folks, but just along the overall effectiveness, I know that they're a tool, and they're one of the only ones that we at our level have to use. So I am not saying that we are ineffective in using them, but just that the tool itself is not the most effective. And that's across the country. It's not a Raleigh issue. So all of that to say, we have our work cut out for us as a council. The best part is that we don't have to figure out the programmatic needs and actually spend the money until we would actually service the debt. And so what that allows us to do is to know that we need to have access to the funds and the debt to serve our community, but we can respond to the need on the policy front. So I feel very confident that this council and will make the best decisions necessary. And I think that's clear from the presentation we got today as well from our partners. So thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I would just like to add my thanks to Paul and the committee for all the hard work that went into this. I mean, as everybody acknowledged, this was not easy. You did a great deal of outreach. Now it's up to us to take this to the next step. I want to remind everybody that this will be on our City Council agenda June 2nd for approval. We have to move forward to get this on the to get the referendum on the ballot in November. I also want to let you know that the Chamber of Commerce has already started securing their chairs for the campaign and outreach program that they would plan to conduct on behalf of the bond. And also there's I've talked to a number of people from organizations, advocacy organizations throughout the city who are ready to help in that regard as well. This has been a long time coming. We have not done a housing bond of this magnitude or dreamed of a housing bond of this magnitude. So this is a big deal. And I just want to thank the committee for your hard work, for dreaming big, for thinking big, for recognizing the needs we have. And as I've said many times, this bond is going to be needed now more than ever. So thank you for your work. We will be taking this all into consideration on the 2nd and making a final decision. But I think you all heard today there's tremendous support for this among the council. And I just want to thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And you, by the way, you were getting applause, so yes. All right, now we have public comment. Whoa, wait a minute. Okay, Councilor Melton and Councilor Buffkin.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, do we have to take action to make sure it's included in our June 2nd agenda? The materials say we have to direct staff to include resolutions.
Then city manager.
Thank you, Mayor.
Now you know why I wanted a break.
I just, no comment. So, to Mr. Melton's point, the mayor made a statement, and I'm interpreting without objection, we will put this item as defined by the Affordable Housing Bond Committee on June 2nd. So you don't have to vote unless there was some reason there's a contentiousness or opposition. And remember, for June the 2nd, that's to authorize the affordable housing referendum at the $80 million. You still have some answers for us related to how you're going to structure potentially funding it, but that's really policy direction to help with the advocacy campaign. So we have what we need to put it on the agenda for June the 2nd. It's up to you then to figure out the other part of how you may wish to define paying for it and the buckets. I would advise at some point you would vote for that to give weight to the campaign committee to know what your direction is. But we have what we need for June the 2nd.
We also have to make a determination on whether we use the 55 million in debt or not, or we save that. I'm just going to say that with so much uncertainty right now, I would prefer to keep the 55 million so we can have that in case of emergency, or apply it in the future to another potential bond. Also, that funding will continue to grow as the economy improves. So, but we can have that discussion, and we'll need to have that discussion probably on the 2nd of June, just so we can tell people what the dollar amount of the bond would be. Right now, it's on the median price of a home, it would be $20.07, which equates to like $1.67 a month. And also, this would not go into effect until July 1st of 2021. And I think that that's all important messaging as we go down the road and start the campaign. So, but we will take this up on the 2nd if there's no objection. And I haven't seen any, so I think, Ruffin, you've gotten your marching orders. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, now we are on to public comment. I just want to remind everybody about the rules of decorum. Please do not attack people. Please be kind. You all have a point of view. We want to hear it, but there's rules of decorum for a reason. We just want everybody to be their best up there and state your case. So first we have no stranger to public comment. Douglas Johnston.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug Johnston. Excuse me, 120 Forest Road. Congratulations to each of you on keeping a fresh perspective in this current crisis. I'm somewhat familiar with public meetings of city councils, but I don't think I've seen one in recent memory that's touched on so many important things as you've dealt with today. Very impressive. Today, I'm asking you to expand your perspective on the Josephus Daniels statute. How the monument is labeled is insignificant compared with what we tell ourselves about it. So what can the city do to support a process for citizen reflection on the monument? As an example, participants might view a film or performance as a prompt in preparation for meeting individually to compare their reactions and for storytelling, securely listening to each other without argument or debate. And you've already identified a place for them to meet, the shared spaces for outdoor dining. So we're actually halfway there. There really does exist in Raleigh numerous resources to accomplish this. So I'm asking as a first step to build on this, identify these resources, get more feedback, including from the museum and Appearance Commission, to learn to what extent we might in Raleigh encourage this concept. Monuments are less our stories of them and more about how they affect us and each other. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience and getting to this part of the agenda. You're right, we did tackle a lot of items today and very important items to our community. So thank you for acknowledging that. It is deeply appreciated. Next, we have Carol Brown.
I'm Carol Brown. I'm Carol Brown at 814 Mill Greens Court. Rather than address my concerns about Z4119, I formally request that more time be allowed for speakers at the upcoming June 2nd public hearing so that all those who need to have a voice in the hearing process will be provided with that time. The fact that so many people like me had planned to speak or have letters read today is ample proof that more than 8 minutes to speak is required at this controversial hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Robin, I'll let you address this. Our standard has been 8 minutes per side, whether that's a virtual meeting or a live meeting. And also, Carol, people can write letters to City Council and ensure that your voices are heard that way as well. People very often do. They are read and reviewed. So that is another way of communicating with all of us. Robin, can you address this?
Yes. Under the UDO, the requirement is 8 minutes, but it allows the council to give additional time. In another part of the code, it says that when that is done, that you should give the same amount of time to each side. Those are rules that are City of Raleigh rules. They're not state rules, but those are the rules that you have been operating under for a long time. Recently, you did give in the Strickland Road, I think, a couple extra minutes to each side on a case. So it's possible. So that's totally up to council and whether or not that you feel that you need more information than you can get during the public hearing, but that would be the process to do that.
Yeah, we often ask during the public hearing, during public comments, that people not repeat what was said before them. If they want to concur, they can. But using the 8 minutes of time, oftentimes somebody will appoint a spokesperson, and it's reflective of the number of people who are there. And for Z41, we can also take account of the number of people who are on the phone who want to voice their opposition. And, but we'll discuss this further. But the standard protocol is 8 minutes. So having said that, can we move on to the next item? There are a lot of people waiting in the queue. Natalie Lou?
There's supposed to be some slides. Yeah. My name is Natalie Lou, and I'm a Raleigh resident. Next slide. Members of this council are well versed in business practices. Please consider the difference between managing and owning a business. An internet search will produce a plethora of information. I only have 3 minutes, so let's look at this in a practical way. I own some rental properties. I hire a property management company to oversee them. They manage the day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month issues. I don't communicate with them unless there's a significant issue. If a toilet is running or a sink is clogged, they are responsible for getting it fixed, and they can do so without contacting me. But if the water heater breaks or the HVAC totally quits, they call me to discuss what to do. As the owner, I am responsible for the big decisions. The Raleigh-Durham Airport is owned by 4 public entities, of which you are one. The Raleigh-Durham Airport Authority Board has been tasked with managing our public asset. They don't have to contact owners for little things, but like any management company in any business, they should be contacting owners for the big things. And a quarry on public land adjacent to a highly used state park, a highly used greenway, a private home, and a sensitive creek is a really big thing. The parcel in question is the Oddfellows. The deed clearly indicates ownership as 4 public entities, not the RDUAA. Here are some interesting items from Wakestone's October 2017 quarry proposal. Wakestone owns 5,500 acres outright, 5 quarries on 3,600 acres and 1,900 acres of timberland and commercial property. They don't need to lease land. Wakestone says that the 105-acre parcel is remote from the operating airport. They fail to mention that it is adjacent to 2 highly used legal public areas, a state park and a greenway. Wakestone says the land has difficult terrain. Given the location next to Umstead State Park, this difficult terrain is a huge asset that greatly adds to the value of the land. Wakestone said there is a lack of utilities. They failed to mention that there are 2 private homes with electricity, well, and septic, and there used to be more. Wakestone said there is poor access now and in the future. Then why is there a parking lot just a few hundred yards away? Why is the area jam-packed throughout the year and frequented by Boy Scouts, hikers, runners, bikers, fishermen, bird watchers, dog walkers, parents with children, high school and college running and biking teams? Wakestone's appraisal company valued the land at $2.1 million. The Conservation Fund offered $6.46 million, 3 times more. What Wakestone and RDUAA see as trash land, the public sees as a major asset, so much so that we've been fighting this quarry for 5 years. Due to significant public interest, NCDEQ will hold a public hearing. Given you are an owner of this land, please submit comments requesting to deny the quarry pit on Oddfellows public land and reinstate the sunset clause on the Triangle Quarry private land, and also support the state park system's acquisition of Oddfellows in 286. And as a reminder, the Awesome Raleigh Greenway system connects points west through Umstead, right where this quarry would be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jean Spooner.
Yes, Mayor Baldwin and Raleigh City Council, Dr. Jean Spooner, Chair of the Umstead Coalition, 2401 Trinity Farms Road, Raleigh, North Carolina. Due to substantial, significant public interest, NCDOT will hold a public hearing on a proposed 400-foot deep pit new rock mine on the Oddfellows track adjacent to Crabtree Creek and William B. Umstead State Park. The city is one of the 4 municipal owners of this public land. As such, it would be appropriate and responsible for the City of Raleigh to provide comments to DEQ regarding the proposed destruction of your property. North Carolina State Parks requested and DEQ correctly denied the current private quarry in 1980. Despite the permit denial at that time, the Mining Commission with other miners approved the current permit on the other side of Crabtree Creek, but with a 50-year sunset clause, assuring us, the park patrons, at the end of that 50 years in 2031, we would then finally see the end of what we've endured of the large quarry trucks, the dust, the damaged Harrison Avenue pavement, the noise, the narrow buffers, the water quality issues, and more. Now Wakestone would like to renege on that public promise of their sunset clause. We think that's a mistake to the public. The proposed rock mine located on the opposite bank of Crabtree Creek would leave Crabtree Creek isolated and suspended between two 400-foot deep pits with very insignificant buffers, leaving the city with a long-term liability. In contrast, and they're only paying around $500,000 over the first 5 years, starting in 2022, which is very little money in the needs for the airport. Instead, we can prevent this destruction of your property, and we can move forward to improve the RDU brand and community relationships, and get more funding to the RDU airport. I request that you please prepare and submit comments to NCDEQ on this proposed private rock mine on your public property. Correction, it's our property, the citizens of Raleigh, and the public property. And I leave with this thought. I don't think that you would put a private 400-foot rock mine on 105 acres of Dick's property. You own this property. I would hope you would work with your citizens to request the denial of this proposed new quarry, and we can all move forward for the benefit of RDU Airport. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Hua Huang.
Hello, can people hear me?
We sure can. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Hua Huang, 7401 Ebenezer Church Road, Raleigh 27612. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity. I thank the Council for taking up the discussion at the last meeting and researching on follow-through to reach out to DEQ. It's important to continue to monitor DEQ's action on this important matter about the Wakestone's proposed quarry. And speaking today as a concerned citizen for the environment, I ask the Council to follow through by requesting the DEQ for denial of Wakestone's mining permit. Wakestone submitted a mining permit during the application in the middle of the pandemic when the public was preoccupied with concern for shelter, food, jobs, and healthcare. But in just 2 weeks, I've observed massive participation from the public with over 450 messages from Sierra Club's ad campaign and over 700 messages from Olmsted Coalition's letter campaign. Your citizens put a lot of time and thought into their own unique comments, so it would be much appreciated if you can take the time to read them. A number of elected officials, most notable being Senator Wiley Nickel, have already reached out to DEQ. The NC Sierra Club has also sent 2 letters to DEQ detailing the environmental damages as reasons why the mining permit should be denied. Furthermore, there's a historical aspect I recently learned which might be of interest to you and to those who are listening that have more expertise in racial justice issues, and I encourage further investigation if possible. The Olmsted State Park entrance that is and will continue to be negatively impacted is the historic African American section of the park. After 1965, this extremely popular park entrance was slated to be closed, and this consideration to close the entrance was still included in the state park's master plan well into the 1980s. This coincides, interestingly, with Wakestone's proposal for their first quarry that is now operating next to Harrison Avenue. Was the historical impact playing a role as to why a new quarry is not even considered in the first place? I would hope we don't continue this tragedy. While the DEQ has a final say on this matter, anyone can use the public comment to inform the DEQ on the environmental detriment that the quarries would have on Olmsted State Park. During this critical period, I respectfully urge the Council to join the public and other elected officials to write to the DEQ about the environmental impact the quarry would have on the state park and call for denial of mining permit. If there are questions or feel further information is needed, please reach out to any of the following organizations for clarification or assistance: the North Carolina Sierra Club, Olmsted Coalition, TORC, Bike and Walk NC, and the NC State Parks. Your continued concern for environmental issues is sincerely appreciated and needed in order to ensure Raleigh's and Wake County's environmental health. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Elizabeth Adams.
Mayor, we do not have Ms. Adams on the phone.
Okay. Then we have, next is Bob Geary.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Bob Geary, I'm at 202 East Park Drive. I'm active with Livable Raleigh and with the Wake Housing Justice Coalition. I want to make I want to make 4 points about the affordable housing bond. And the first is to ask that you give very careful consideration to the statement by Jasmine Childs, who is speaking hopefully after me, on behalf of the coalition. Affordable housing is hugely important to us. So is housing justice, and so is an inclusive policy process. The coalition believes that community voices are so far missing from that process. It is obviously vital that the residents and leaders of Raleigh's low-income communities and our historically African American communities be at the table. The second point is related. The bond issue is defined right now by its inputs, by the amount of money in buckets. What's missing are well-defined outcomes, and specifically, how many people will benefit from the bond, at what rent levels, and with what income levels. Community voices can help to set these goals. The third point is about gentrification. A critical goal must be to stem gentrification of historic neighborhoods, not continue to advance it. Again, community leaders can help. Finally, the bond package must target people with the greatest needs, and specifically people with incomes of 30% of AMI and below. It must assist our lowest income populations, in other words. I do appreciate Paul Kane's comments earlier on this subject. The mission statement before you seems to mix low and moderate income people without really any definition of what specific income amounts you're talking about. So too did the survey question that asked in one question whether people were willing to support a bond to help low or moderate income people. The point is the focus should be on low and very low income beneficiaries and helping Raleigh's lowest income communities. Let's concentrate on them. Let's not concentrate so much on buckets. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Wanda Gilbert Coker. Is Wanda here?
She is on the line and she has been unmuted. Do you want to move on and circle back to her at the end?
Yes, we will do that. We have Tamara Dunn.
She is not on the line.
Okay. Jasmine Childs.
Hello, all. My name is Jasmine Childs of 110 Towson Way, Raleigh, North Carolina, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Wake County Housing Justice Coalition. It is our intention to engage in purposeful conversations with the city to create a meaningful housing bond that will target the most vulnerable and impacted members of our community. Under the framework of equitable economic development, we offer the following recommendations to the city's proposed affordable housing bond. 1, the city should address the specific and identified needs of its residents and take a balanced approach to growth by ensuring that affordable housing is located downtown and in other areas of the city. 2, the affordable housing bond should target and incorporate those most impacted by the need of affordable housing, and especially persons with incomes at or below 30% of the annual median income. There were 4,892 total participants on the Affordable Housing Bond Survey, a 0.96% response rate. Only 28% of the respondents were renters and 29.2% were African American. To believe that this signifies successful engagement is shocking. There was also an ask from our coalition that the Affordable Housing Bond Advisory Committee have directly impacted representation from members of the community, and that ask was not satisfied. 3, ordinary residents should have an opportunity to receive education on the bond outside of a one-time public hearing, and the city should provide more details regarding the end goals of the bond by detailing how the monies in each bucket will be used. 4, affordable housing should be an integral part of the city's growth strategy and spending. This process should be intentionally informed by low-income and impacted residents. The city should look to bolster minority-owned businesses and banks with the building of affordable and low-income housing. 5, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, area codes 27610, which is a Southeast Raleigh area code, has the third highest rate of COVID-19 cases in the state. This speaks to why the bond should be more targeted toward people living at 30% AMI or below. In conclusion, it is important that this council understand that the bond process was rushed, lacked community engagement, and does not improve the lives of residents in the best way possible. The bond issue package as presented gives maximum flexibility built in for developers with little promise for those in the greatest need. Everyone on council will be receiving a much more extensive version of the amended changes to the bond and affordable housing strategy. The Wake County Housing Justice Coalition is a leadership body comprised of impacted residents of the city's most impoverished, historically, racially segregated, and now most gentrified neighborhoods, along with their allies from various nonprofits, diverse backgrounds, races, and experiences. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Brian Mohorn.
Brian actually had to drop off earlier, but he sent his comment to the clerk, and I think she's going to read it now.
Okay.
Yes, this is Gail, and Mr. Mohorn, 113 High Country Drive in Cary.
Can we have the clock? Can we have the clock going? Okay, thank you.
Was here to ask the council to formally submit a request to NCDEQ to deny the Wakestone application for a new mining permit on publicly owned Oddfellows tract. I encourage each of you to take an hour or two and reread the original NCDEQ mining permits as written and agreed to back in the early 1980s. The intentions of Wakestone, the governing bodies of Raleigh-Durham area and the Mining Commission were to sunset the current quarry after approximately 50 years of operation. Now that we are in the midst of 2020 and we have passed the 40-year mark, it is time to start discussing the sunset clause from the original mining permit. The major difference between the mining permit application 40 years ago and the mining permit application today. The current mining operation is located on private property. The new proposed mine will be operated on publicly owned land, of which you, the City of Raleigh, is 1/4 deeded owner. Raleigh-Durham United Airport Authority is chartered to manage your property for aviation use, not mining activities. Please consider the use of private monies to fund reclamation activities on publicly owned lands, which most likely evaporate very quickly once reclamation begins. And furthermore, the owning entities, the people of the Triangle, will end up paying for these costs and liabilities. At a minimum, please make a motion to vote on the matter of the Raleigh City Council support for an NCDEQ denial on a new mining permit. That's it.
Thank you. Next, we have Shalise Overy.
Good afternoon. I'm Shalise Overy of 3383 Tarleton West in Durham. I serve Raleigh as the associate pastor of Pullen Memorial Baptist Church. I come as a person of faith, particularly concerned for the most vulnerable in our communities. I'm thinking particularly today of our low-income neighbors in downtown and southeast Raleigh. We were already in a crisis when it came to affordable housing before COVID-19 ever hit. At the end of this month, moratoriums on evictions and foreclosures will end, and rent and mortgages due, all of it. And, you know, in times of crisis, we like to talk a lot about neighbors helping neighbors and the kindness of strangers and the resilience of communities. And I see all that happening from landlords trying to work with people even as they're trying to figure out how they're going to keep that home, to GoFundMe campaigns like the one that I'm involved in to help people stay in their homes. But the reality is, when we acknowledge that there are real systemic issues already threatening these communities, acts of kindness won't be enough to keep people in their homes. And so I'm asking the city to support these folks, these low-income renters and homeowners, so that they can stay in their homes, whether it be working with the county as necessary to use money from the CARES Act or other potential sources that have been mentioned even in the discussion after the bond proposal. But to do that, to use the money that is available and to intentionally strategize to support neighborhoods at highest risk, particularly those who are already in danger of displacement because of gentrification. If not, I'm afraid that we will allow people to capitalize on this crisis by scooping up these properties and pricing out entire communities. I would certainly hate to see the proposed affordable housing canceled out because of an entire tract of affordable housing stock that we lose as a result of this crisis because people are not able to stay in their homes. And so again, I'm asking that you use the resources available to you to ensure that people are able to stay in their homes in these most vulnerable communities, and that the policies that are coming from this council target the citizens who have the most to lose and not the most to gain. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Rosa Saavedra.
Rosa is not on the call, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Yolanda Taylor.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor Baldwin and all distinguished council persons present here today. My name is Yolanda L. Taylor. I reside at 720 Rockville Road in Wake Forest, North Carolina. I am a fair housing, equity, and economic development lawyer, but I offer my comments here today as a private citizen of Wake County in support of the Wake County Housing Justice Coalition. I support the comments previously made by Jasmine Childs and Bob Geary. Under the framework of equitable economic development, it is important that ordinary residents have an opportunity to do more than observe, but to directly engage the city council and have input in decisions that affect their day-to-day lives. It is also important under a framework of equitable economic development that Raleigh adheres to its fair housing obligations by affirmatively furthering fair housing. This means that Raleigh has a legal obligation to take an affirmative approach to providing not just affordable housing, but fair housing choice. This further means that the city must be intentional in its planning to provide fair housing choice opportunities in Raleigh, especially in areas where people are most at risk of losing their housing due to gentrification. I understand it's been said that this bond can't do everything, but this bond has been listed as a tool in Raleigh's Fair Housing Planning document, the 2021-2025 Consolidated Plan, and therefore it should be used as a tool to support the needs assessment outlined in Raleigh's Comp Plan, which identified that the most dire need for housing was for those who are between 30% to 50% of the area median income. Of course, since then, due to the economic impact of COVID-19, many people will now be in need of housing more than ever before. Therefore, it may be more important now to target housing for those who are at 30% or below of the area median income. There will be recommendations forthcoming on how to provide housing that may require more gap financing. We know that because of the wealth present here in Raleigh, that those living at 30% and below of the area median income includes low-wage workers who have been deemed essential during this pandemic. Essential workers are important to any healthy economy, and essential workers should be able to live in the cities where they work. This pandemic has unearthed the inequities historically present in their communities. Lastly, I would like to support again the need for education on this bond. Ordinary residents should have an opportunity to hear from the city council and be educated on what this bond includes before November. Further, community participation is an important requirement of fair housing planning, and if Raleigh wishes to grow equitably, it is important that this council engages directly with ordinary citizens, especially those most impacted by the lack of affordable housing and fair housing choice. Again, the city has a legal obligation.
Your 3 minutes have expired. Thank you. That was Yolanda Taylor. Or no, that was Rosa. No, Rosa dropped off. Yolanda, that was Yolanda, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We're going to go back and see if Wanda Gilbert is on the line.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Wanda Gilbert Coker. I'm a resident of Southeast Raleigh, and I live on Gilman Lane. I am a member of the Wake Housing Justice Coalition, and I stand in solidarity with them. The Affordable Housing Bond Committee refused the opportunity for those most impacted to sit on the board, and it was not inclusive. Our voices were denied, and our actual needs were not addressed. Because of the lack of community engagement and the dismantling of the CACs, the Black churches and the Black community were not given the same opportunities to participate in the survey. They said that the survey was diverse, but 65% of the people who filled out the survey were white. The bond proposed to you today will not immediately help those living below 30% AMI and facing homelessness and housing insecurities, nor will it help those who need a safe shelter now from COVID-19. Instead, this bond will provide more of a tax hardship on Wake County residents. We, the citizens, will have the burden of paying off this bond, while developers like DHIC and such, loans will be forgiven, which is unfair to the taxpayers. Currently, the city has approximately $55 million in reserves. We believe that funding now should be used to build and provide safe and sustainable housing for essential service workers and those living below the 30% AMI. It was quite disturbing to hear the mayor state that this city's job is not to provide social services, but that of the county. When the city has $55 million in reserve that could be used to help house the homeless and prevent evictions for people who actually live here in the city of Raleigh. Thank you.
Thank you. We now are going to go to matters scheduled for public hearing. The first is petition annexation contiguous inside ETJ.
Hello again, thank you. Yes, we've got 4 annexations on the case today, all within the ETJ. On the first one, it's my understanding that there was the petitioner or representative for the petitioner, Rex Hospital, would like to speak on that annexation. We have slides available if you'd like to look at each annexation in more detail, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Is the petitioner here? Is the petitioner on the phone?
Beth, that's Amanda Mann, I think.
I believe it's Amanda Bainbridge.
Okay, we do have.
Can you hear me?
Is that Amanda Bainbridge?
Yes.
Okay. First off, let me ask if council has any questions on this of staff. Okay, Amanda, if you could give a brief update.
I mean, I really don't have.
I'll open the public hearing.
I am here essentially to answer questions. I've gone through the staff report at length. Hope we feel like this is a really good project and good addition to the city, but I really don't think I have any comment above and beyond what is in that report. But I just wanted to be here just in case that there were questions.
Does anybody have any questions? Is there anyone opposed? No one signed up, I take it, in opposition. Gail? Okay. I'm going to close the hearing and entertain a motion to approve. David Knight has made a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second. Mayor, he probably needs to read the motion.
Yeah, is there a standard motion? Where is that?
It probably, you should just read to move to approve.
Okay. I move to approve the annexation of 2923 Edwards Mill Road and 2901 Blue Ridge Road, this area.
And with the adoption and effective dates as described in Exhibit A of the staff report.
As you said, yes.
I guess Gail got that. Yes. Okay.
It's like in the agenda item. Each one of them should have that particular language in the motion.
Yes. And who seconded that? Was it Patrick Buffkin or? Yes. Okay. We have a motion to second. All in favor? Opposed? Unanimous, clerk. The second item is petition annexation contiguous satellite inside ETJ.
Mayor, you just may want to open the hearing. There's nobody signed up.
Okay, let me ask first, does anybody have any questions of staff? Okay, we'll open the hearing. Wait a minute, hold on. Council.
I have one question. As far as utilities, how close are utilities to this property?
Okay, the two lots, there are 2 lots on Forestfield. There are utilities there are water lines in the main road, and there was a lot line adjustment so that there could be sewer access to the rear of the property on both properties. So you'll be hearing the annexation case after this is the neighboring property.
Okay. All right. So right now Mayor, just so I'm clear, we're discussing the Forestville Road, 3019 Forestville Road and 3029 Forestville Road, or were they included? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm good.
Okay. I'm going then to close the hearing and entertain a motion to approve. Do I have a motion to approve? Councilor Branch?
Yes. Okay.
What?
I was going to say, I move to approve the annexation ordinance with the adoption and effective dates as described in Exhibit A of the staff report and backup materials.
That was very good. Thank you. Do I have a second? Councilor Cox. Okay, all in favor? Right, opposed? Right, that is unanimous, clerk. The next item is, let's see, we got those 2 covered. Debt financing for the critical public safety facilities.
Madam Mayor, we actually are missing, you skipped over. So the first 3 were all in the same item. So the second one is the continuous satellite inside ETJ, which is 7,000 Acorn Circle.
I have number 1 is the Rex matter. Number 2 is the contiguous satellite inside ETJ, which we just approved.
So when Councilman Knight made his motion, he only mentioned Edwards Mill. I didn't hear Forestville Road, unless someone can correct me. So what I just made the motion to approve was Forestville Road, 3019 and 3029, which are both included in item number 1.
Right.
All right. I was on number 2, though.
Yeah.
So you're going back then to approve Forestville Road, correct?
No, we did that. That's what we just did. We just completed that. That was my actual motion for that one.
If I could interject, the Forestville item is 2 individual annexations.
We had a hearing on each.
Not to add confusion.
Okay. So basically from what I'm seeing, and this may be helpful going forward, can we list these separately?
Separately. because they don't show up on the agenda in a way that's very user-friendly.
Okay, yeah, absolutely, I can do that. So,
Okay, thank you. Robin, can you provide some guidance on what we need to do?
Yes, okay. And, you know, you can help me with this. We opened the public hearing, heard from Amanda, closed it on Edwards Mill, they had a vote. Then we heard about 3019 Forestville, opened that hearing, had a vote. Have we had opened a hearing on 3029 Forestville Road? That's the next move. That's the third one and number one. So you need to open that one. There's no one signed up, so it would just be a matter of asking questions, close it and vote on that. Then we'll move to number two. And,
I had moved to number 2 already, though, and that's what I was asking about. So that's where this the confusion comes in. So did we actually hear number 2, which is the item that I called out, or did we hear Forestville Road? I just want to get this accurate.
We heard Forestville Road, isn't that right, Chris?
yeah, you heard the first Forestville Road case. Edwards Mill, then Forestville, but the third Forestville was not heard.
Okay, now we're going on the third Forestville. Yeah, we need some improvement in the way this is laid out. 3029 Forestville Road. I'm going to open the hearing. Any questions from council? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing. Do I have a motion to approve?
Councilor Brand should go ahead and do all of them since he did it so eloquently.
Yeah, go ahead and
The
read.
rest of us are afraid.
I move to approve the annexation ordinance with the adoption and effective dates as described in Exhibit A of the staff report and backup materials.
Second.
We have a second. Councilor Melton, thank you. All in favor? Opposed? I didn't see a hand, Corey.
I'm for it.
Okay. No opposition, unanimous, clerk. All right. The next one is the one I called, which is the petition annexation for contiguous satellite inside the ETJ. That's 7,000 Acorn Circle.
And this is the actual one I had a question on about utilities, but you went back to the other ones because they weren't covered. How far are utilities from this? Because
Sure. Actually, if we could pull up the slide for utilities for that, I can show you specifically on the map. So there are utilities up to the site. It formerly housed mobile home development. So there are utilities that go straight to it at the perimeter. If we look at utility location, which is the second slide. There we go. So if you look in Buffalo Road, there's a main water line. And if you look on the east side of the property along the Neuse River, you'll see the sewer lines that run along the entire length of the property.
Okay. I'm good.
Great.
Okay, we don't have anybody signed up for this either. I am going to open the public hearing. Any questions or additional questions? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Councilor Branch, I think you've been nominated to make the motions.
No problem. I move for the approval of the annexation ordinance with the adoption effective date as described in Exhibit A of the staff report and backup materials.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Cox. All in favor? Opposed? That is unanimous.
Great, thank you very much. Sorry for the confusion.
No, thank you. Okay. Next, we have the 4 committees. Based on what we discussed earlier today, we will be looking at having committee meetings in.
We got another public hearing, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. The debt financing for critical publics. I got all messed up on that last one. The critical public safety facilities. Either that or I just want to move this forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm not aware that there's anyone that signed up to speak.
That is correct. No one has signed up to speak for or against.
Okay, do any member of council have a question? All right, I'm going to open the hearing. No one has signed up to speak. I'm going to close the hearing. May I have a motion to approve? Councillor Buffkin, you need to make the statement unless you would like Councillor Branch to do it for you.
Well, I'll give it a try. I move that council adopt the resolution authorizing the installment financing contract trust agreement first supplemental trust agreement deed of trust and authorize staff to proceed with the local government commission process to approve the debt issue.
Second.
Okay, second by Councillor Branch. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's also unanimous, clerk. Now we go to the committee meetings. We have said that we will hold committee meetings at the end of June. Please confirm with staff the dates of these or the clerk so we can get those noticed. And I think we can do that in at our June meeting. And also announce it then, but just give some thought to that, get with your committee members, and we will aim for virtual, but if we can do it live, we will. So we'll see what the end of June brings, but time to get rolling on some of these committee issues. So thank you. All right, now we have the report from the mayor and city council. I am going to start. Well, I was going to start with Sage, but now I'm going to start with Councillor Branch.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple items. One, it was brought to my attention actually earlier today that we're doing our traffic calming studies. I think there's one on Idlewood Village. And since right now, we probably do not have the traffic that we would normally have under normal conditions, for staff to review, the merit of these studies going on right now and possibly work to reschedule them at a later date when we have a better idea of traffic impacts. So if staff can just look into that, it will be appreciated.
Yeah, Mr. Branch, be happy to do that. I think we already are adjusting for that. So I think maybe there's just a communication piece there. So, but let me follow up and make sure.
That's fine. Like I said, someone reached out to me before I arrived today. So I just wanted to pass that message along.
Yeah, I think they are aware of that and would consider that as a part of the follow-up. But let me follow up and we'll get your report.
Okay. I do know yesterday, and I mentioned this earlier, the county talked in great detail about CARES Act and the funding. I just ask that staff continue to work with the county, but also our nonprofits that we have partnered with. We ask that, we have procedures, we have, policies, but at the same time, we need to make sure we work with citizens to meet them where they are in this time of need. So I just ask that our partners, our entry system for assistance, that people just make sure that they are available and really pushing to work with all of our citizens that need assistance as they need it. And the last thing I was going to mention was about the Parks football, but I mentioned that earlier. So I am done at this time, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stewart.
Press the right button. I have no report. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 3 items in my report today. 2 of them are budget related. As we've already seen, we're facing a challenging financial picture, and to that end, I am requesting a budget note from staff that focuses on ways that the city can streamline our largest publications, such as books and documents, and move to more use of digital formats as a potential money-saving measure, but also to conduct our city business in a more environmentally friendly manner. So I guess if there's no objection, Mayor, would it be all right if I could have that budget note?
So if I could, Mayor, normally what we would say is we would provide a budget note, assuming that there isn't any objection from the council. And that's fine for us.
I'm just kind of curious. I'll be curious on the cost savings. So, okay. Is everybody?
The second.
Can I see
Sorry.
some nods of heads, yes or no? Consensus on that. Next.
Thank you. The second is also a budget-related item. In the context of our budget conversation, as we heard today, we will be considering whether to add new public safety officer, police and firefighter. And I know we're all grateful for the hard work that our city police officers do in normal times, and especially during these difficult times. And to show our appreciation and recognition for our current officers, I'm also requesting a second budget note related to the expansion of our police car take-home policy for Raleigh police officers. I'd like the staff to provide some options for expanding this policy, both on a geographic basis and by officer classification, and identify for us some potential costs associated with expanding this policy.
Does anybody have any objection to looking at this, creating budget note? Can I see either a thumbs up? Okay. Okay. We're okay with that.
Thank you, ma'am.
I want to manage this, though. This conversation is going to be really difficult to make changes to our budget, but I appreciate you bringing that up, Patrick.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate the challenges that are ahead for us on the budget. Although I'm new at this, is my first go around. I know this is important to police officers, and thank you to the members of council for supporting, at least taking a look at the idea and get some financial information. Finally, Mayor and members of council, I've recently been contacted by a Boy Scout who lives in my district who raised a question about the number of large trees that were recently knocked down at Durant Nature Park. So as soon as the park reopened, we took the dogs out for a walk on the border trail. The trail was cleared of trees, and it was a wonderful walk, beautiful weather. We had a great visit to the park, and we're so glad that our nature parks are reopened. But the devastation to the mature trees on the western side of Durant Nature Park was really quite impressive. I think that the council and the public at large would benefit from hearing a little bit more detail about what happened out at Durant Nature Park and the park staff plans for dealing with this situation. And so if there's no objection, Mayor, I believe the park staff is available to come forward at this time to provide some additional details and background on their plans up at Durant Nature Park.
Is this something that could be handled in the manager's report? Or is it important? Is your Boy Scout listening to this? I'm just wondering.
I hope so.
It's a long meeting, so I was just trying to see if it could be followed up with.
Mayor, I support Mr. Buffkin on this. This is the first I've heard of the tree situation. I'd like to learn more.
If city staff is here, next time I would recommend an item like this be dealt with in email and then shared or brought forward in a way that it can be. Councilor Stewart?
Just want to notice that the staff did notice us via email and maybe even the manager's report as soon as it happened. So this is going to be new information for us, but I appreciate that we're ready to hear a quick report on what's going on out there.
Hey, is that Oscar?
Good evening, Mayor Baldwin, members of the City Council. Mr. Bufkin, to address the concerns, yes. If you all recall, February 6th, we had a major storm that kind of really came in through North Raleigh. Durant Nature Park was unfortunately right in the direct path of the storm, and we did lose a significant number of trees there at Durant Nature Park, which basically forced the nature park to be closed for several weeks while staff did some remediation work out there to clean up all the damage. Pretty much what our priorities are cleaning off the roads and trails first, and which they went ahead and did. And you probably still are noticing a lot of trees out on the property. One of our practices that we do at our nature preserves is to leave a lot of the trees in the natural areas fallen, which does provide some wildlife habitat. So what we will be looking at here in the future is possibly looking at maybe doing some planting to mitigate some of that tree loss out at the preserve. So we'll be looking at that in the upcoming months to kind of take care of it. But staff did a really great job on taking care of the damage. The facility is back open for everybody to go out to enjoy.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Councilor Cox.
Yes, I don't really have a report, but I would like to note that maybe in the future, we could get the public comments in sooner, because I think a lot of people were waiting like about 5 hours in order to speak today. And that seems like an inordinate amount of time. And I know in the past that we've interrupted our agenda in order to allow people to get their comments in closer to 2 o'clock. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Then we have Councilor Knight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm tired, like I think probably all of you are. So I'll be quicker than usual. Both of my computers are blue 5%. So it's been a long day, and I appreciate
I can't wait to see your definition of quicker than usual.
It's not as quick as you'd like, but it's still quicker than usual. It's good to see everybody virtually together, and I hope everybody's staying safe. And that includes obviously all the citizens and residents of Raleigh. So I appreciate that. A couple of things. One, and Mayor, you and I have talked about this and talked to some of the other councils. I'd love for us to find a way for us to help promote the census and making sure that all of our residents are signing or filling out the census, because it is very important to the future of this city and federal funding as well as state funding. So as much as we can do to help promote that publicly would be great. Two things I'd like to see in the next council meeting is an update on the small business loan program that we created, to let us know how that's going. And then also on the compassion fund that Mayor, that you created and we all supported and put money in, just to see how that's going. Both of those are going during this crisis. So I'd love to hear an update at the next meeting. Thanks so much. Anybody stay safe.
Okay, thank you.
We can certainly do that.
Quick. That was quick. Good job.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Martin.
I will try to be quick. I really just have two things. One is more of just a scheduling matter. But the first that I want to bring to everyone's attention is an issue that I brought up at our first meeting in December, which is around the council going through a race equity training. Staff turned around, per my request, recommendations around what vendors might work best for a race equity training. And my thinking was that we would try our best to move forward with selecting a vendor and a training sometime during the summer, once we'd gotten through the budget and right before we kind of moved heavily into the affordable housing bond discussions. COVID hit. And I touched base with a number of the vendors that staff had presented, and nearly all of them had halted their work and were only continuing to work with existing clients, and were not traveling to other cities, obviously. So this was frustrating for me, as this was a priority of mine that I really wanted the council to go through this training together. And so I think I sent this to Beth, and Beth, if this is an issue to show. Great, thank you. This is wonderful. I love technology. This is so cool. So I worked with a Raleigh native, Erin Dale Bird, and her colleague, Tema Okun, to come up with a strategy about how we could use this moment and this time, which in so many ways was working against us, to actually make have the council to have the ability to go through a race equity training, but to actually make it happen. And so this is the proposal. I've sent it to all of you ahead of the meeting. A number of you, I was traveling this weekend, so my apologies. But a number of you I was able to connect with if our schedules matched ahead of time. So I'm happy to go through this just very quickly in the highlights. And I'll take questions after. So you can scroll to the training portion. The training is, that's perfect, thank you. The training is set to be around 40 hours in total, which is far more intensive than most trainings that you would see offered by REI, the Race Equity Institute, or others. The reason for this is that in the conversation that I had with Erin, the goal is to get past just the basic race equity training that you would get from one of these national providers, and really to get into the deeper conversations that we need to have that we so often don't get to have due to schedule issues and the like. And so one of the opportunities that we have by using people that are not natives, as is Tema, but with Erin being a Raleigh native, in this 40 hours we get to actually dig into the history of Raleigh and the equity implications and the histories of white supremacy here right in our own city, which is, again, something we don't get the privilege of if we go with a national provider. So that requires more work. It requires a longer commitment on our part, but it is also such an incredible opportunity for us to learn from two practitioners who are renowned. I won't get into what the actual sessions are. I'll let you all read that if you haven't. You can scroll now to the next page. Perfect, right there's great. Keep going a little bit. This is I know there's a delay, so I don't want to go too far. All right, there's great. So I think one of the biggest points that I want to highlight is that the proposed timeline, as I said, I really wanted this to be after we got through the budget discussion so that we had space and time to decompress, and that it was also before we started up in the fall, but that it coincided with when we were really starting to have conversations around the policy implications of an affordable housing bond. So you'll see under logistics, the dates scheduled would be potentially between July 1st and August 30th. In the proposal, the consultants make it clear, the facilitators make it clear that they will work with council staff to determine dates and times that work for all of us. The second thing is that they're happy to do this online in shorter sessions, happy to do this in person if we can do it safely and to the state standards. If it's a mix of the two, they're happy to do that as well. The third thing that I think is most exciting is we're going to provide the opportunity for residents of the city to engage in a transparent way in this training with us. So whether we choose to be in person as a council, we will live stream the training component of the actual race equity session. And then so residents from the city can go through the training with us. And I think that that's such an incredible opportunity for folks during this time. And it's a conversation that so many people want to have, and such a great resource for us to share. And I think a great opportunity for so many folks. So that is kind of the main logistics. You can scroll now to pricing, which I think, so the personnel cost, which is for the two facilitators, and then they bring in 5 community leaders that are the ones that actually help facilitate then smaller group breakout sessions between the council members is a total of 17,000 in total. To give you perspective, Race Equity Institute, which is kind of the one that everyone knows, or REI, for them to do a one-day training, which by the time they start and finish is about 6 hours, and is just a simple primer. Last time I did it, which was 3 years ago, it was about $5,000 plus travel, hotel, and per diem for 2 employees. So for what we're getting for 40 hours, I would personally say this is a bargain, plus the ability for our own residents to partake. I'm going to stop there. The proposal would be for the 17,000 to come from the remaining amount left in the fiscal year 2020 contingency fund. There's 20,000 currently left, so that 17,000 would come from that. If there aren't concerns or questions, I'm happy to move forward with a vote today. If anyone wants to do their due diligence, have a conversation with either of the 2 facilitators, I'm happy to postpone the vote until everyone feels comfortable moving forward. I think that everyone would should have the opportunity to do their own research and feel comfortable with moving forward. So happy to answer any questions.
I have a couple.
Counselor Cox.
Since this will be in the next year's budget, I was wondering, should we have a budget note for this? And then are there any additional costs besides the $17,000 that's being quoted here? And then number 2, is this really following an acceptable process for soliciting work like this, or do we need to go out for bids?
Sure. So to the first question, since we'd be using
this would be for the manager, I guess, would be my questions.
I mean, I can answer the first 2 were about the contract, which I don't know if he'll know, but I can answer them if he doesn't.
Let me certainly, Mr. Cox, try to answer your questions. The first is in terms of the budget. The council could choose to encumber a contract or authorization like that in the current year, so that would not require a budget note. In other words, we still have between now and June 30th in the current fiscal year. Or you could make it a next year budget item, but that's basically within your discretion. So we encumber contracts in the current year, and then those contracts get spent in the next fiscal year. That's simply a choice. What was your second question?
Well, it's the process. I mean, normally we come to you to go out and solicit contracts and enter into contracts and solicit bids for work. And this seems irregular.
Well, I certainly couldn't speak to how the council might respond or react to the proposal. I think that's certainly up to you. If the council were to ask us to hire a consultant for equity training, we would use a solicitation process. However, a professional service contract does have more flexibility in how the council ultimately selects those choices. So if this is something that the council would like to do, you may certainly do that. It's not a staff proposal.
And okay. And the other comment I have is that this is really the first I've heard of this. So and seen these details. So I'm not prepared to vote in favor or against this today.
Okay. Would you, Mr. Cox, like more time then to dig into it and have a conversation with them or review the materials
I think we need to have some more conversation about how we're going to pay for it. Is it going to be something that we do out of this year's budget? If it's out of this year's budget, where's the money going to come from? Or is it going to be a budget note going into next year's budget and then weigh that against other priorities in light of the economic situation?
So I'll just highlight it would come out of this year's budget council contingency fund from remaining funds. And I think that as a priority, I've heard from a number of folks that especially when we're looking at budgeting, when we're looking at an affordable housing bond, and when we're looking at a housing and a eviction crisis, that understanding race equity at this level is not only a priority during a non-COVID moment, but it is a pandemic in and of itself that should we not go through with this training. So again, I'm happy to delay this for you to connect with me or the facilitators or anyone else that you so choose. But would look to you to, signal one way or the other.
Councilor Melton?
Yeah, I have a friendly amendment to the discussion, if that's allowed. I recall Councilmember Martin raising this issue during his very first report for Mayor and Council on December 3rd. So I know that this is something that has been in the works or the pipeline. I also think that race equity training should honestly be required, in my opinion. I think it should be required of every council here on out. And so I certainly think we need to do it. But I acknowledge that it's late in the day and we've been on this meeting for about 5 hours. I think everyone's a little tired. So I would suggest that perhaps maybe we just hold this 2 weeks.
Yes.
So everybody can look at it and we can have some conversations. But I want to say that that I support this. I think it should be required and I want to do it. And my suggestion to pause has nothing to do with the merits. I think it would be worth the investment.
Sure. And again, as I stated in the beginning, I am happy. I want everyone to have time to do their due diligence and to feel very comfortable with what is being proposed. So with that, I will end. There is no motion or need to move on with that.
Councilor Martin, could
Yes.
I have the city manager raising his hand? I think it would be important for the two of you to have a discussion about this, but Ruffin, what will you?
I was just going to ask for clarification from the council as a question. Am I to interpret that we put it on the agenda for June 2nd? You said you wanted to talk about it on the next agenda.
I'll just raise it during this section when I speak.
Okay.
Why don't we put it on the agenda? I think
that's fine.
Makes more sense as a follow-up.
Happy to, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Sure, we'll put it under special items.
Great.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Councilor Martin, did you have one more item?
One more, and it's very quick. I'm just announcing at the table that they're in the last couple of weeks here, I'm moving forward with a few more District D engagement sessions, a listening session, and then working with the co-chairs of the Affordable Housing Bond Committee to just do a brief presentation for District D residents about what was being proposed and the intricacies of that. So more or less what we got today. I'm trying to stay out of it so that I don't muddle any of their work and get it wrong. And at the same time, would also like for a budget presentation from staff about what was recommended today. And am happy to work with anyone from budget staff or potentially someone from the council office who I know that we have a number of folks that are well equipped to handle that conversation, but want to make sure that the District D residents are informed and have answers to the questions. We've already been talking about it on a few of our other meetings and calls. So I'll be looking for the last week of May to do that. And in the first week of June, I'm hosting a District D meeting with Representative Allison Dahl to just talk about her response and work at the state level and how it helps us here at the city level. So if anyone has questions or concerns, please let me know. That's it.
I just have
Go. Okay, Councilor French.
I just have a question for Councilor Martin. You're asking that staff join one of your virtual meetings to talk about the budget? Is that what you're? Okay.
Ruffin?
Right, so that was my question as well. So again, that's fine if under council concurrence related to the amount of resources. Remember, you have that paper that we sent forward to you that talks about the difference between a town hall meeting versus your district rep meetings. And if the council is comfortable with that, we can certainly do it. Obviously, we just have to manage the staff workload, and there is an expectation that the council member bring that forward for the full council to consider. So I think we can manage that. but I just wanted to reiterate that policy. And probably what we need to do is kind of reissue that to you so you can sort of see the boundaries. But we're okay with that, assuming that the staff's available.
Is everybody else or council members okay with that?
I'm fine with it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Melton?
No report. It was a clap for me for that one, I know.
I have two items, and this will be quick. The first, I just want to update you on the small business, Raleigh Small Business Relief Fund. So far, we have had 339 applications with needs of $3.5 million. Just a reminder, the city put up $1 million toward that effort. So far, we have raised $430,000 from the private sector. With there's still about 20 asks out there that we haven't heard from. In addition, Innovate Raleigh, Bridget Harrington, is leading an effort to create a donation pool, small donations from a large group of people in the hopes of the entrepreneurial community supporting the small business fund. So that is moving along. And then I wanted to address something on social media that someone forwarded to me. Apparently there was some confusion by Councilor Cox about the Human Relations Commission appointments. I just want to address the concern that you posted. You didn't know why we had delayed 5 appointments. And during the meeting, I specifically said that we want to assure that our mission is aligned. There have been some changes since Dr. Caesar came on board. And I also wanted all of us to better understand and be able to deliberate holistically about what skill sets are needed and what level of diversity is needed, geographic, racial, all of the above. But with 5 openings, that seemed an opportunity to make sure we were aligned and we're thinking of this holistically. So that is the purpose. And then once we get that report, we'll start moving forward on nominations. So I just want to provide clarity to you, and in case you didn't hear that during the first meeting. Okay? All right. Thank you. All right. Next we have appointments.
Okay, the first item is the Appearance Commission, and the first ballot that went out said there was 1 vacancy, but I realized...
Gail, we have the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board. Is that...
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. I'm just ready to go. And that I think Dr. Caesar is going to give a report on. Is that correct?
Did everybody review the report from Dr. Caesar's office? Did you all have, show of hands, did you all have that opportunity to review that report? Councilor Stewart, did you? Okay. Is there a report, or was that the report? Councilor Stewart?
I did have a question about the spreadsheet that was shared of the folks who had applied, and if there was a ranked order that those were presented in, or how those were listed.
There was a ranked order with numbers next to each one.
I missed that.
Mayor Baldwin, I do not have any information on that. I was told that Dr. Caesar would be handling this section because I have not been involved at all.
Okay, that was the report. I just was told. Councilor Melton?
Yeah, I'm wondering if, one, since it's so late in this meeting, and this is very important, and two, because that report isn't going to be a presentation during the meeting, that it may be helpful to set this over to the next agenda and have Dr. Caesar come and actually do a recommendation and report so the public can see it before we make the appointments. Because we all received a spreadsheet, but there's nothing on the public record to help the public understand the way by which we may be making these appointments.
Our community has been waiting a long time for this, and now there's another 2-week delay, which I'm really not happy about.
Even if we could just get it pulled up and get some clarity on how the names were positioned. So I think from hearing from Dr. Caesar may be helpful, but
yes,
that's just my perception. I also agree. I mean, we've been waiting on this for a while, and I hate to delay, but I want to make sure that there's understanding on how we're going to make the appointment.
Okay, we're going to see if we can pull up the ranking system. You'll be able to see that they ranked everybody by number, and the whole list is ranked. We have 15 vacancies. They are going to check to see if we can get that up right now. Let's move on to the Appearance Commission as that happens.
Okay, the Appearance Commission, you actually have 2 vacancies, and Councilmember Stewart has nominated Megan Beach for one of those, so that'll be carried over. And you do have 2 vacancies. On the Arts Commission, you have 2 vacancies. Isabel Villa Garcia received 7 votes. Billy Warden received 7 votes, so those 2 will be appointed. The Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, you have 1 vacancy. Kara Barsness received 7 votes, so will be appointed. The Environmental Advisory Board, you have 2 vacancies. Jess and Ananestis received 7 votes, so will be appointed. The Planning Commission, you have 1 vacancy. Brian O'Havner received 6 votes, and Edie Jeffries 1 vote. So Mr. O'Havner will be appointed. And just as a matter of information, Wake County just recently made their appointment for their member, and that is Roberta Fox. So she is now a member of the Planning Commission.
Roberta Fox? Our former Roberta Fox?
Our former Roberta Fox, yes. And I think she's already been through some training. I'm sure she needed some training to work on the Planning Commission, but I'm
sure she did not, but that's okay.
I'm not sure whether she's attended her first meeting or not, but she was appointed for a 2-year term. The next is Substance Use Advisory Commission. You have 1 vacancy and no nominees. And that's all I have on appointments.
Okay, we're waiting to see if we can get this up, but let's move on to nominations.
And Mayor, just so that you know, Beth, if you're on the line, I just emailed you the spreadsheet.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to connect with what's going on in the podium, and I can display if need be.
Sure.
Okay, let's continue on with nominations. Give Beth a minute to try and figure that out.
Okay, we do not have any information on nominations. There's none on this agenda. But while we're waiting, I've been advised back on the consent agenda when you approved it, there was an item, or there is an item, professional services, Blunt Person Street Carter improvements. That should have been pulled by administration and was not. So if there's no objection, we would amend the motion to delete that from the consent agenda approval. It's just not, as I understand, it's just not ready to move forward.
So, Madam Mayor, what I can do is, which item is that? Is that E3?
Yes.
To make it clean, Madam Mayor, I move that the consent agenda is approved with the exception of E3 being removed.
What is E3?
E3 is your professional services, Blunt Person Street Corridor Improvement, SEPI Engineering, Construction, Ratification, and Amendment Number 1. And based on what the Madam Clerk stated, staff actually should have had that one pulled.
The reason for that is the reason for that is
The
for
reason
pulling it. The staff reason for pulling this is what?
I cannot answer that. The city manager may be able to. I cannot. I was advised by the chief of staff during the meeting that it should have been pulled and was not.
Can you help with this?
Give me one moment, Mayor. I'm not clear what we're talking about. Hold on one second.
If you could put that on the screen, but then with the final list.
Yeah, that how she broke it off. That's who y'all.
Okay, I'm sorry. Mayor, I'm sorry. I apologize. I've got it squared away now. We're talking about E3 professional services. Is that the item?
Yes.
It needs to be pulled. There's an issue with the amount of the contract, and we need to recalculate the amount and bring it back on the next agenda. That's all.
Okay. All right. Councilor Branch, do you want to move forward with your motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda with E3 being removed from the agenda at this time.
Do you have a second? Jonathan Melton is seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously, Clerk.
Thank you, and I'm sorry to bring it up so late, but it just slipped through and didn't get pulled, as I understand.
Okay. Staff is working right now to, Councilor Melton?
Yeah, with regard to the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, I think I figured out the confusion. The spreadsheet from Dr. Caesar does not explain the process or rank the applicants. The staff memo does.
Yes, and that's what they're getting ready to put on right now. So
Right.
there'll be two items for us to consider. One where we look at the criteria again, and then the second one with the top ranked 15 list of nominees.
And this may be redundant to say because I don't think we'll have this happen again, but as a learning point, I think it would have been helpful had this been included in the agenda backup material so that would be on, so that everyone can see it. And I think the reason we're pausing is to make sure that we play the presentation so everyone at home can see it. But this is a brand new thing, so I guess that's not going to happen again anyway.
All right, I'm going to ask the city attorney to move forward with her report as we wait for staff to bring this forward.
I don't have a report today, so that's all I have.
Okay, and report and recommendation of the city clerk.
The only item I have is you received copies of the May 5 and May 12 council meetings, which are recommended for approval.
Marcelle's at the podium. Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor and Council. You should have before you a council of the scoring rubric that was provided by Dr. Caesar at last week's presentation. As soon as Ms. Millett gets that pulled up. Each of the applicants were scored according to that rubric, and she assessed the score to each of the applicants that met the criteria, and they were ranked. So in addition to the rubric, there was a spreadsheet provided that gave a ranking of each of the applicants on the criteria that you all approved earlier in the year. and it is a 15-member board. So if you're going to go purely on the rank, and the top 15 applicants would be those that you all would appoint.
Can we see the list of applicants?
Yes, please, let's see the list of applicants.
She's pulling it up.
This is some of the beauty of virtual meetings.
Mayor, I just want to make sure again that we're pulling up the right thing, because the Excel spreadsheet is not ranked, but there was a document titled
Yes,
Hispanic and Immigrant Affords Board Application Report Memo, and that's where the list is.
She's pulling it up right now. So you will see it has what track, whether they were professional or community, and it gave the score off to the right for the top 15 applicants.
So if everybody has finalized review of this, this did come to us last Friday. I am going to make a motion to approve the top 15 nominees as ranked with, hold on one second, Councilor Martin, with the understanding that if anybody cannot serve, that we then go down to the next person on the list. That is my motion, and I cannot see everybody, so I'm asking that this be taken down so I can see and then call on councilors. Councilor Martin.
Second.
Okay. I'm going to call for a vote. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Clerk, that passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody. This was one of our first initiatives coming out of the gate. Really proud of the work that's been done and cannot wait to see what this commission helps us as a city accomplish, but also providing us with just a much needed voice. The other thing I just want to emphasize is we have a list of people now from the Latino community, Hispanic community, immigrant community who have expressed an interest in serving on a very important board. But I would ask that we keep this list alive, or at least communicate back with them and ask if there's any other board or commission they might be interested in serving on. You know, the outreach has always been an issue for us. This is an opportunity for us to have a cultivated list. And so that's what I would like to ask staff to do, see if there's interest in any of them serving on another board or commission. But thank you, everybody, and thank you to the community for your patience. This was a good day. Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
Could we go back to the minutes? I don't think we voted.
No, I was just getting there. Now we have the report and recommendation of the city clerk.
I move for approval.
Do I have a second? Councilor Stewart, all in favor? Opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously.
And one other thing, and to add to your comment about reaching out to the group, I'll do my public service announcement again. You can go on the web page And each committee is listed, and we're asking people to please look at the list and sign up, sign an interest form for consideration of appointment. That's another way they can be involved also.
Mm-hmm. I'd just like to follow up directly with them so they understand that they can be considered for other boards and commissions. For a lot of these folks, this is a new idea. And, you know, we want to encourage that engagement on a very personal level. So thank you for following up, Gail. All right, so now we have, I do not have the motion to enter into closed session. Robin?
Yes, I emailed that. I can do that again very quickly.
Would you like for me to read it for you?
Please, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
A motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318.11A3 to consult with the city attorney about matters with respect to which the attorney-client privilege between the city council and its attorney must be preserved, and GS 143-318.11A4 to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses within the city, including consideration of economic development incentives that may be offered to entities considering such expansion, and GS 143-318.11A5 to instruct city staff and negotiating agents concerning the position to be taken in negotiating the price and other material terms of proposed contract for acquisition of real property by purchase, option, exchange, or lease.
I'm glad I didn't have to say that. What she said. Yeah, right. Well, do I have a second on the motion that Gail just read for me? Councilor Martin, thank you. All right, all in favor? Aye. We are going to take another quick break while we prepare for closed session. Do not go far, people. 3 minutes, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
returning from closed session where City Council gave staff direction to move forward on continued negotiations to close a specific property. And with that, our meeting, our very, very long meeting is adjourned. Thank you.